Is that your wallet? Or are you just glad to see me? Both, I hope.
Yo.
Yo, Sharkshooter, my man. Thank you very much for the Prime Gaming. 15 months, dude. Congrats. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Yeah, Saturday stream. I thought I'd throw the stream up just to, bit of a casual Saturday. Casual Saturday. I am here in presence. I am here in mind. But we're having a camera-free day today.
Are you just glad to see me?
Vin with the Prime. Thank you very much.
Both, I hope.
I'm taking it easy today. We've been pumping the last few days. It's nice to relax at the weekend. My microphone's all in a funny place. Weekend could be busy though, right? Weekend could be real busy. Suspect that might be the first day today when people get a little opportunity to play the game. Oh, advent calendar. I forgot about the advent calendar. What day is it, boys and girls? Oh, fuck. We're going to have to put the camera on for this, aren't we? I wasn't planning on doing camera business. We got the advent calendar, right? We got find number 3. Find number 3. I know where number 3 is. Can you guys spot number 3? It's here somewhere. Trying to read the chat. Yellow right hand. Genius, my man. Genius. Bet be something good today. We had Snickers 2 days in a row. Fucking Snickers, man. We've got... Is this a bounty? Is this a bounty I see before me? Oh. Knocked the picture frame. That'll trigger people. It's a bounty. Boom. Excellent stuff there, yo. Excellent stuff. Let's put that back. Righty, righty, righty. Breakfast is served. From the US, what exactly is a bounty? It's where you put money to go shoot somebody. No, different type of bounty. It's like some sugary coconut wrapped in chocolate. It's questionable whether it's actually coconut. Hadn't been playing this week, so I had to get the main to 70 today. I've had my level 70 for a couple of days now. Couple of days we've had the level 70. Turn the tunes down. It's I've spent way too much time doing flipping quests and running around doing all sorts of silly things. My rep's getting there. We're chipping away. Chipping away slowly. Dragon Scale 7, Marok Centaur 7, Tuskars 7, Valdraken 9. I've been playing a little bit with Jewelcrafting. I'm having fun with Jewelcrafting. It's my favourite profession in the game by probably some margin. Simply because prospecting is an absolute chaos. I've been doing some prospecting, trying to flip a few things, getting some sales. We're getting there. Slowly working things out, you know. It's weird. I spent so much time on the beta playing with all of this, but it was weird. It's different. It's different once it's live. When it's live, it's it kind of matters, right? You're thinking a lot more the costs. On the beta, I did hours and hours and hours and hours and hours of testing, but it was just sort of mechanical systems figuring shit out, making sure stuff wasn't totally broken. Tailoring, the unraveling's very profitable at the moment, percentage-wise, looking at about a 6x multiplier on input. That's bananas. Those kind of profits don't stay around for too long. I've not looked at tailoring though. Tailoring seems to be, at least within the gold making community, quite a popular one right now. I'm assuming there's Zanzaful plays around with tailoring a lot. I'm sure. Is it because he's been playing with tailoring somewhat? Aha! Speak of the devil. Speak of the devil. Welcome in, my man. Can we get any more ore on the cheap? Oh, what's killing this? Oh, that's regular auction house is dead. 16 gold. We can make 16 gold work. We can make 16 gold work. We can make 16 gold work. What I'm tempted to like just give myself a little challenge. I don't know, like a 5-hour sort of 5-hour challenge. What can I do to just make bananas amounts of gold in 5 hours? Being able to prospect these quality 3 though is key now. I've managed to squeeze out enough skill to just about be able to get quality 3. It is obviously only with inspiration. I don't think anybody's crazy enough to have been able to hack their way to guaranteeing quality 3. But when inspiration procs, we do alright. And I've stacked. I need to upgrade my sundered loop. This gives me inspiration, even if it's only a few extra points. It might be worth upgrading that. Very time consuming, about 30 minutes to unravel 30k Wildercloth. That seems very fast. I have 73% speed. Damn. Just top deck 10 aces in a row. Well, that would also help things for sure. Just wondering your thoughts on the best time to spend the things, one, to give you extra points, or 2 in your profession that drop from quests. You're talking about the Dragon Shards of Knowledge, aren't you? I've run out of them because I've used all of mine. You know, spend them on whatever. It's another one of those. You gotta make a choice. Just pick a profession. I'm suggesting to most people. This question comes up a lot. You know, should I have 2 crafting professions? Should I have 1 crafting profession and a gathering profession? For the purpose of rep grind, I usually suggest having 2 crafting professions. But what that's ultimately going to mean is that you still have to prioritize one of those crafting professions. For me, I'm prioritizing jewelcrafting. In a weird kind of way, I'm prioritizing the profession that has... I just have more experience in. I think leatherworking is going to be a bit of a beast that I will work on slowly but surely over the expansion. I see most profit to be had from jewelcrafting at the moment. So I chose to take all my Dragon Shards of Knowledge and funnel them into jewelcrafting. There's still a bunch of optimizations I need to do though. I'm quite sure there's treasures out there I should be going and getting. I'm quite sure there's like jewelcrafting masters I should be going and introducing myself to. The irony is I kind of feel that my community and you guys probably know a lot more about these things than I do, because a lot of the discussions that go on in the Discord, I see them, but if I'm streaming, a lot can just whiz past and I completely miss it. We'll prospect like 1,000 ore at a time, and then see what we can do with the gems. It's one of these where I'm pretty reliably just selling the rank 3 gems we get. Any rank 2 gems I'm willing to do stuff with. You know, cut gems, craft intermediates, that sort of stuff. You aren't getting inspiration procs, by the way. You are barely reaching the threshold where you can luck a tier 3. It's the same. It doesn't state inspiration, but it's doing the same. Don't worry, I've mathed it out. It's fine. When inspiration procs in the background, I gain a bonus 93 skill. 93 on top of 178 puts me past the 265, which is why I get the 3s. It doesn't say inspiration because there's some UI glitches with it all, but it's working. Don't worry. Right, so now let's get a few things listed. Quality 3s will most likely just go up on the auction house and probably sell quite quickly. Quality 2 stuff we'll do some crafting with. My inventory is grim though. I need to really clean out my inventory. Right, there's those listed. We'll start hearing the ching ching chings now. There we go. Instant sales on some of this stuff.
Glad I could help.
What have we got in the middle? What have we got in the middle? Draconic vials. We got quality 2 guaranteed vials. What are quality 2 vials going for right now? Quality 2 vials. 30 gold a piece. 25 gold a piece. I think a rousing fire is more than that just by itself, but 25 gold a piece times 5, 125. How much is a rousing fire? Like 30 gold a piece. The fractured glass is a byproduct. These are vendor mats, silk and gem dust. We can break down other things that don't sell as well. Yeah, we'll make a bunch of vials. Oh, that's annoying. We're not a... What do we need to get? What's our inspiration proc on these? 105. That still only puts us at 260 something. Yeah, we're miles off quality 3 on those. Are people able to make quality 3 draconic vials by now? They probably are if they've spec'd into it specifically. Draconic... 500 gold a piece! I tell you what, inscription's going to be bananas, you know. Scribes, because I don't, not inscription, sorry, alchemy. I reckon alchemy is going to want to use these. Alchemists are not going to want to use these because of the price, but they're going to want to use them because it will give them a much better chance of making better potions. What's my renowns on my main? Between 7 and 9 for all of them. I've not pushed them super high yet. I haven't done any treasure finding. That's the main thing. Found another quest you'll love, running in circles to draw runes. No, not happening. Not happening. Those are insta skips. Insta skips. I've seen it happen in gear. You can be under the threshold and not proc inspiration, but it might make a higher tier because there's a separate percentage luck to craft higher tier when you hit certain almost skill checks. But I haven't been able to math out where those are exactly. There's about a plus or minus 5. There's about a plus or minus 5 skill buffer. Because it has been mathed out, don't worry. I've got a phone call. Hang on, please hold.
If you ever need anything.
Right, sorry, boys and girls. You know, when the wife calls, you have to answer the phone. It's the law. Caught myself 2 crafting orders this morning. 4 gold. GG. Boom. How did you get your Jewelcrafting this high? Stuck at 35. You have to just craft Nosderites unless you can go and... Unless your reputation's high enough to go and get some other cuts from other places. Or you spend your spec points in here to unlock gems. When you unlock one of these, you get where is it? Yeah, you know, you get cuts through here. Look, quick emerald, crafty emerald. You can learn some extra ones in here, or you just have to craft a boatload of Nosderites. There's not much else to it than that, unfortunately. You can get all the way to 80 skill just by crafting Nosderite cuts. It's expensive and annoying, but if you can recuperate the cost somewhere else, it's worth it. Ceravite 2 is cheaper than Ceravite 1. Yeah, there's some that will be the case. That probably will end up being the case. The one thing I did work out when I was running some numbers for prospecting is it's also very clear that there's going to be this weird period in time where prospecting quality 2 is going to be the go-to. You're going to want to prospect quality 2 because prospecting quality 1 is not going to give you the skill bump you need to guarantee quality 3 gems like I'm doing now. So I still have to prospect quality 2. But luckily, quality 2 is also the most easily farmed of the 3 qualities and in the highest amount. So it works works quite nicely right now. Give it a few weeks though. You may start to see the price of quality 3 come down, which lowers the barrier to entry for other people to start prospecting it maybe. Quality 1 is unlikely to really ever get prospected all that much because it just won't exist. This will be the issue. Even a really, really skilled jewel crafter is probably not going to prospect quality 1 because the reality of how supply and demand works is that there just won't be enough quality 1 materials because very quickly gatherers can't even pick it up if they try. Gatherers very quickly are guaranteed basically quality 2. We always knew this was going to be the way. It was quite apparent very early on
Can I lighten that coin purse
that the
up
quality
for
system would be, what's the word I'm looking for here? Overpowered. People would be able, if you spec correctly, you can overpower the basic quality system very quickly. Inscription has another weird loophole like this. I don't know how many of you have played with Inscription, but scribes don't need to mill good herbs. Scribes would quite happily mill quality 1 herbs all day long because they don't need good quality pigments. Because it's remarkably easy as a scribe to make quality 3 inks. As soon as you can make quality 3 inks reliably, you can start using lesser quality components. So, at least for herbs, it's going to work out quite cool, I reckon. Because the herb market will be... There'll be demand at both ends of the herb market. Alchemists will want all of the top quality herbs. They'll want the top quality herbs all day long because they will, to make the top quality potions, they'll have to use the top quality herbs, even in the best case scenario. But the lower quality herbs, the quality 2, the quality 1 herbs, will end up probably being bought by scribes and being milled down. Four of my guildies got baited by Inscription. Aggregate of 4.1 million total. Decks and the investment in the decks aren't selling. There's some interesting things going on with the Dark Moon market. I mean, apart from the fact that it's just massively unprofitable to get into right now, and will probably stay that way until we see a bit of a boom of people deciding to buy them. The weird thing is I tend to feel that the decks and the aces being in and around the 250, 300,000 gold mark right now is probably about as cheap as they're going to get for a long time. Because what's going to happen next week is that everybody will start getting ready for raid. One thing you see a lot at the beginning of an expansion is everybody is farming. And I mean everybody. Even people that don't particularly usually farm. Why? Because it's easy money, right? It's easy gold. Everybody's out there farming. The very second they turn on Season 1, the supply of materials takes a nosedive. An absolute massive nosedive. Because all of the people who were farming are now like, oh, great, Mythic Plus is open, the raid's open, I can go back to doing what I actually want to do. And the supply of materials takes an absolute nosedive. So when you look at things like Awakened Order right now is still 2,500 gold apiece. I find it incredibly difficult to believe that this is realistically ever going to get cheaper than this. That and the fact that consumable demand suddenly jumps too. Yeah, it's exactly. It's a two-sided thing. Both sides are both sides are affected by it. There's a severe lack of materials all of a sudden as everybody goes and starts doing the end game content. And on top of that, there's also a greatly increase in demand for the actual crafted goods. So the prices that we see on a lot of stuff right now, we're in that period in time where it's probably about as cheap as the materials are going to be until probably the middle of January. Is my totally not financial advice. Try and see this. What's this video? Oh, K-Check's rousing order video. Yeah, that doesn't matter though. That video doesn't matter. If you know what's going on in that video, you know it doesn't matter. It's not going to make a blind bit of difference to the Awakened Order. Because it's using one rare material to turn it into another rare material. It doesn't matter. If you look at Kazgarite ore, it's a good video and it's a good clickbait thumbnail, but it doesn't actually make a blind bit of difference. Kazgarite ore is still going to be the rare of the herbs. The ore, and the actual the demand for quality 3 Kazgarite ore is not that big. There's not so much stuff that needs this. Jewelcrafters certainly at these prices are not interested in prospecting this. Not the top quality stuff anyway. Jewelcrafters will happily prospect quality 2, but even by my maths, with the current prices on uncut gems and even cut gems, Jewelcrafters are really not too bothered about prospecting this just yet. So say, for example, people start buying thousands and thousands of Kazgarite ore to convert into quality 3. The problem they're going to have, even if they do that, is that the quality 3 is then not going to sell for 5 times the value. They're going to be taking a loss on the Kazgarite by doing that conversion. 5 pieces of Kazgarite ore, 100 gold a piece, is 500 gold for each Kazgarite ore quality 3. So you're losing 100 gold straight away every time you press the button. Which will counteract any profit that you make from the Awakened Order. Yes, of course I saw the video, and it's a shuffle. It's a shuffle that's just not really that viable. This is why Rousing Order is the price that it is, because even K-Chak in that video probably said at some point that there's really not many easy ways to get Awakened Order in the first place. This is why it's the most expensive one. You can farm mobs and you can readily acquire most of these other ones, which is why they're the price they are. Awakened Order, you have to be physically going out there farming it. You have to have a herbalist, you have to have a miner that's working quite aggressively to get this. There's no mobs you can randomly kill to get it. It was always going to be the expensive one. The funny thing is I didn't expect it to be this price. I don't know how many of you remember me talking about Dark Moon cards when we first looked at them on the beta. And I said that I thought very conservatively the price of these Awakened would be 500 gold a piece. These have, for the most part, and probably will average out to be 500 gold a piece. What I was not able to predict was that Awakened Order would be 5 times even that price. The other issue with this, and why I made my little Dark Moon video the other day, was mainly because the reason there is so little of this Awakened Order is because people keep buying it in bulk. You still see people coming along buying like 300-600 of it at a time, taking huge chunks of it out of the market, and you know exactly what they're doing with it. They're throwing it into Dark Moon cards, and it's another person getting caught out by the Dark Moon market. And in turn, it just means that the scarcity of Awakened Order continues to be scarce. It's a vicious cycle. We just need people to stop thinking that the Dark Moon market is going to make them millions of gold. And as soon as they stop falsely using all of these materials, things might sort of balance out. But like I also said, these materials are about as cheap as I reckon they're going to be for a while. I would say probably the early part of next week is where people will really start thinking about, right, the raid's coming now. The raid's coming next week. Let's start getting prepared for that. They'll switch their focus away from farming all day long. That video got me buying 20,000 rank 1 Kazgrite ore. Thankfully, I've sold most of it for above the price I paid for the lot. I mean, I did see you do that. I did see you do that. Because you posted it in the Discord. I did see you do that. Why Skinners are they not doing 2x4 for order? Because their time is better spent elsewhere still. The farming crew go wherever the most possible gold per hour is available. So, like, you know, they just pick a material that's the most valuable and gives them the most gold per hour. They only care about what Loot Appraiser says. If Loot Appraiser says they make 125,000 gold an hour, they'll do that thing. They won't do the thing that makes them 100,000 gold an hour. Because Loot Appraiser said they were making 125 doing something else. It's a sensible way to do your farming. But it does mean that this is why some materials go up and down like a yo-yo. It's kind of remarkable to think about it, just the pull on the economy that just a few content creators with their videos actually have. Making a killing with Dark Moon cards and fishing. Are you doing the ice fishing? Dark Moon cards are flooding in from fishing now via the Rhyme Fin tuna one, yeah. It's one soggy pack in about every 10 fish when they're decayed. Oh, is that how it is? What are those soggy packs going for? Soggy clumps of Dark Moon cards, 8k a piece. Yeah, it's cheaper to buy these now than it is to craft the packs themselves normally. So there's an additional source for Dark Moon cards, which will take the strain off the Awakened Order a little bit. What are the fish at though? What are they called? Rhyme fin tuna? Or is it Rhine fin? What are they called? Frosted Rhyme fin tuna, 530 gold a piece. So yeah, you can make if it's an average 1 in 10, you're making a pack of cards for 5,000 gold for a pack of cards. 5,000 gold for a pack of cards. You make 100 packs. That's 500,000. From 100 packs, you might get a couple of aces. Yeah, soggy meta. It's a good way to put it. It is, yeah. This alone could have more of an impact then. Ace of... Where's the aces? 240, 240, 250, 379. This is good. It takes the strain off scribes making them. Because scribes can't make them for even... At the moment, scribes can't make them for even 400,000, never mind 250,000. Who even buys Dark Moon cards, though? Come Season 1, we have access to our BIS trinkets. It's the opportunity, the opportunist market is what will make the Dark Moon cards sell when they're the right price. I suspect at this sort of price, 200, 250,000, they'll fly off the shelves. There's a magic number in WoW. It's a bit of an unwritten rule, but there's a bit of a magic number, and the magic number is almost very conveniently this number. Very, very conveniently this number. We saw this time and time again with the legendary market. You price your legendaries at or slightly lower than the token value, and you'll sell them like hotcakes. Because people see a direct correlation. Right, I spend 20 bucks, I get a token, I get my gold, I buy my trinket, I'm good. Now, obviously we were talking about legendaries in Shadowlands, so it's different, right? But there's this kind of, this almost an invisible line in the sand. That when items creep above this price, the amount of people that you'll find willing to buy them diminishes very quickly. If you keep a crafted item below this price, though, you can usually sell them all day long. This does leave me to believe that we're in the next couple of days going to start see these aces flying. Or in turn, the decks that you can make from these. People will do their M0s. Reset will come round. They'll do their M0s again. They might be lacking a trinket. They'll think, right, what can I do before the raid turns up? They'll go into the auction house. They'll have a little look about. And they'll see that the highest item level piece of gear that they can pick up, the trinket, all of a sudden, boom. 372 trinkets. They're all there. They're all ready and waiting. Many, many people will go, you know what? Yeah, go on then. Because like I said, it's when they start being below that sort of invisible magic number, you'll start to see regular sales. Don't really know why it's that way. I can only predict why it's that way because, like I said, people see any item. They, you know, if it's at or near the price of the token, they can, you know, in their head go, okay, well this is 20 bucks, which may seem mad to a bunch of you guys, and it seems mad to me, to be honest. But for somebody to blow 20 bucks on a video game, which is their hobby, which provides them entertainment. Technically, World of Warcraft is still one of the cheapest hobbies you could possibly have. You take the wife out to the cinema and go for some food and maybe some drinks after. You've spent the fat end of 300 euros. 200 bucks, you know, 20 bucks, 40 bucks, 60 bucks for a couple of tokens to enjoy your time playing video games. Bargain. Don't forget to prospect the crumble stone. The irony actually is I'm at a point where I can just buy crumbled stone. Buy crumbled stone, prospect it down, win. I should be doing all of this. I'm just, you know, this is what I tend to end up doing on stream. I end up just chatting to you guys. I forget to actually do anything in the game. I should also point out that the token price being 270,000 gold is still way too fucking high. It's meant to go a lot lower than this. It's like, Christ, I can't cap out my Blizzard balance at 270k to at least go below 250. Christ. Oh, there we go. There's one of those vitals sold. Still think the token was a good thing, even if Blizzard wants people to buy it more and more. Well, the reality is that the token has absolutely 100% opened up avenues of gameplay to me that wouldn't be there without it. There's no way I'd have 8 accounts running. There's no way I'd have been able to like do silly multi-boxing. There's no way I'd have been able to play this game for free for so many years if it wasn't for the token. On the flip side, it has also meant that those that are less inclined to make their own gold in game have had a, you know, a system in place to be able to get it and get it in a legitimate way without going through dodgy third-party websites. There is a net benefit to the token, I think, overall. It just, you know, it also is annoying to people that people just think the token makes the entire thing pay to win. But as time has gone on, especially Dragonflight, actually, gold is no longer the #1 currency. And it hasn't been for quite a while. Nearly every single patch, there's another currency that is more valuable to you than gold. And I don't strictly mean currency doesn't strictly have to be like an actual currency. Like just an item that you always want more of. Sparks of Ingenuity, for example, is the currency in the game, which, you know, no amount of gold, no amount of swiping is going to get any single player any more of these. Which does negate, you know, the benefit of swiping. Ten out of 10, I probably wouldn't have still been playing without the token. I think most of us chilling in here right now are probably slightly biased because the token has quite a large net benefit to us because it allows us to A, play the game for free, B, it allows us to equally, you know, play other games for free. I've not bought a Blizzard game since the token existed. I've got crazy amounts of Hearthstone packs. We went a little bit crazy with Diablo Immortal, you know, Overwatch boxes, Call of Duty games, the whole lot. Never had to pay a single penny for any of that because I enjoy making gold in World of Warcraft and it has a knock-on effect. I play on the US from the EU, so I can't even interact with the token. So for me, it's like it doesn't exist. There is ways around that. Yet you're probably too deep to do anything about it now. I can tell by the prices of a lot of these, what we're selling is going to be the higher quality stuff. Can we make this look a little bit neater and tidier? My OCD doesn't allow for this level of crazy. This level of crazy hurts my eyes. Let's get all of this out of the way. Is that all the gems we got? Need to get some more prospecting on the go. Prospecting's still profitable. If you do it right. If you do it right. Quality 2, quality 3 diamonds. You go over there. Hugo there. Hugo there. Did anybody use the insight to bump skill item level on crafts? If so, yes. How much did you charge? I wouldn't worry about doing that just yet. Not unless you're able to.
Both, I hope.
Not unless you're able to. Yeah, I just wouldn't right now. I just would not be spending my insight on my artisan's metal on insight just yet.
Is that your wallet?
You're going to be limited to that, so you're gonna want to use it in the most profitable place, which will be crafting people their 418 mythic gear. If you spend it all now, you might regret it, trust me. Mr. Plow, thank you very much for the 2 tier 1s. The 2 giftaroonies. Thank you very much, appreciate it. About 150 prospecting skill. Each Ceravite 2 prospect makes me about 35 gold. Yeah, you can shuffle a bunch of stuff. See, this is why I've always loved Jewelcrafting. There's no one direct path to success with Jewelcrafting. I've said this a lot, that it's more about just using all of it. Everything that you get, all of these materials that you're getting, use them all. Do something with them all. If you do something with them all, you'll win. What's going on here? Where's me rank 3 quality Nelthorite gone? Do I not have any? Or are they somewhere else? Maybe I don't have any. That's odd. Is it worth spending the metal on profession knowledge? If you need the extra knowledge, definitely. They're one-time buys, so you might as well just get it bought. Yesterday's stream, you said something about getting profession knowledge with something doing with the consortium. Yeah, go speak to Rabul. Rabul's the quartermaster for the Artisans Consortium. He has one-time purchase books. They cost artisans metal to buy them. You need reputation to be able to buy them. But you buy them one time, and then when you learn them, you get reimbursed a bunch of artisans metal anyway, because you still get you get +5 artisans metal still. And since you can only buy them one time, just buy them. Easy. Friendly reminder, the Dark Moon Fair starts tomorrow. Oh, it does, doesn't it? Of course. Dark Moon's in town. Dark Moon's in town. Is doing a post scan whilst we're also prospecting going to break things? It might do. Let's try. It's kind of annoying that people are not used to crafting orders and can do a quality 3 ring and neck but no orders. It's Saturday. It's the weekend, and I'm not overly fond or too inclined to think too much about crafting orders. Because the more I think about crafting orders, the more I think it's going to be a complete floppy doodah. I'm struggling to see any scenario where crafting orders won't just be a flop. Because, and I was thinking about this, and one reason I think is that there's no significant upside. There's no significant upside to the crafting order system. There needs to be a really strong, tangible benefit to people for using it. And there isn't one. There's nobody out there that can at the limiting factor is sparks of ingenuity, right? You are absolutely 100% hamstrung by the amount of sparks of ingenuity that you can get, which in turn means that you are absolutely 100% hamstrung on how many pieces of crafted gear you can make and use. Now, at the moment, with only 1 spark of ingenuity available, you can only equip, at best, 1 piece of crafted gear. Everybody has 2 crafting professions. There's no reason why most people in the game, who would, under normal circumstances, maybe... people can be self-sufficient. People can absolutely be self-sufficient with the sparks of with the crafting order system. They don't need the help of other players yet, and I preface that heavily. Yet, people don't strictly need other people. Now, just because somebody can be self-sufficient doesn't always mean that they are. One thing I've learned after playing this game for a long time. I mean, everybody's had cooking forever. I always use cooking as my example. Everybody has the ability to make their own food. But the food market's remarkably strong, and it is always remarkably strong because people are lazy. Convenience is a big factor there. The crafting order system is designed for that absolutely 100% custom order, that super niche piece of gear, that high ticket item that you want to be exactly the way that you want it to be. At the moment, people can do that themselves. You've got 2 primary professions. If you're a raider and you take your professions based upon what you know, the benefit that it gives you, if you know the piece of crafted gear you want, if you're a blacksmith and you want to make a big dirty weapon for yourself, well, you know, if you're a raider, let's say you're, I don't know, I'm going to pull a name out the hat here. Let's say you're a ret paladin and you want a big 2-handed weapon. Just be a blacksmith. Make it yourself. You don't need anybody else. And that will be true until you then start to need something from a profession that is outside of your jurisdiction. But you've got 2 professions you can have yourself. I don't really think that people are going to have any need for the help of others. There's a convenience factor when people start getting lazy and the system's more established. But I really don't think it's going to like... It's not going to pop off, I don't think. Because there's no, you know, super hardcore reason for people to even use it. And then if people do try to use it, it's annoying. It's annoying as all hell to interact with. Because there's not the chain of support there to go with it. There's not an easy to, you know, public orders are very simple and straightforward, but public orders have their downside as well. To most players, it means that, oh, I have to go and get all of these materials myself. Okay, well, that's annoying. Okay, I'll do a personal order. I'd rather the crafter just make this for me. I'll do a personal order. Shit, how do I find a crafter? There's so many pain points in the system that if Blizzard don't fix some of those, if Blizzard don't fix some of the pain points, people will just ignore it. I was told alchemy's broken. Do you know what's broken about it? Yeah, you can't research. I don't know if they've switched that back on. I've not checked today. But yesterday you weren't able to research. You weren't able to do your experimentation. They turned experimentation off. There was a there was a bug with it where you practically just logged off and logged back on again, and your cooldown went away. I just did some research. It works now. Oh, is it back on then? It's good it isn't down for too long. Oh, it's good to hear it's back up then. In that case then, if it's still broken for you, you've got bigger problems. People offering 50 gold tip for crafting crafting epics, yeah. This is it. Most people would very quickly ask the question, well, why bother? Just genuinely, just why bother? What have you tried yet, and what is your take on it? Take on what? Hang on. Leveling professions is a goal sink for me right now. What do you think about a level 61 max quality crafted gear? Well, it was always going to be free. It was always going to be free. All trainer recipes always do end up being, like, when I say free, I mean, like, less than crafting cost. Very quickly. They're the only recipes that people have got to play with right now. What you learn from a trainer within a matter of days ends up being cheaper than what it costs to make. Because people's incentive to make it is to level up, not to sell it and make a profit from. So your level 61 gear, it just doesn't matter. What you will find, though, is as people start doing more dungeons, you might see the odd occasional work order for a piece of that gear that uses a, what do you call it, a Titan training matrix thing. But those very same players, they just want somebody to craft something for them because they don't have the profession themselves. You're not going to get big tips off that either. You're stuck at 72. The fact that people have got like 70 plus knowledge in the first week is bananas, by the way. I mean, I don't think I've got more than 50 knowledge for my leatherworking. I've not spent any points, but...
Can I interest you in a payment plan?
I've got 55 on my leatherworker. So, whatever you've done to get 72 is far superior to what I've done. 85 in... I've heard blacksmiths have had a good time with knowledge points, yeah.
Stuff sells itself.
Should we try and make a few more intermediates? I think we probably need a few more intermediate items. Although saying that, it might not be a terrible idea at this point to do a quick cancel scan. Sold a bunch of stuff. Let's get a quick cancel scan on the go. Some of this stuff All I want is the player power. I'm not gonna go and farm whatever material the weapon needs in order to be made. That's the job of the crafters, not for some of us. Having said that, I'm okay with crafters making the price for these crafted items. There's just more friction everywhere. There's more friction for the person trying to buy the item. There's more friction for the person trying to craft and sell the item. And it's unnecessary friction. It doesn't need to be that way. That's kind of a big point of it for me. Did you find out why TSM doesn't show the crafting costs, or have you added the prices manually? I'm not using crafting with TSM at all. It's completely broken right now. And, you know, a price source like crafting or a module like TSM crafting, you need it to be reliable. If only 1 or 2 items are wrong, you then can't rely on it. This is a big thing. This is why I think that getting the basics right with Trade Skill Master should be the highest priority. Having fancy UI, having a fancy new UI and having new
sweet profit
new
together.
string crafting tools and stuff is great and all, but you've got to get the basics sorted, because if the basics don't function and can't be relied on, there's no point in using the add-on.
Let's make sweet profit together.
Bongu with the 2 gifted subs, thank you very much. Do appreciate it. Thank you. Stroh's add-on seems to be a nice replacement to show crafting costs. Yeah, I need to have a little look at that. I'm going to take Sunday as a day off, which means I won't be making videos. I won't be streaming. That doesn't mean I won't be playing the game. It just means that I won't strictly be active and out there, which means I might have a little bit of a test of the add-on tomorrow.
Got the best deals anywhere.
Still a huge secret for me to why they made the items bind on pickup. Why? Just to justify the work orders? Pretty much. There's a far more elegant system. There's a far more elegant solution to the lot of it. But the problem is you can't talk about it publicly because people start jumping down your throat. About, oh, you can't have bind on equip item. You can't have mythic item level stuff in the auction house. That's pay to win. So it's impossible to have a good discussion about the alternatives, because people will not hear anything else once they think that a system might be pay to win. What's my profit on this right now? I don't know. I wonder if... Let's just throw it in up here somewhere for now. They have to be bind on pickup, so you can't sit at the auction house and get mythic item level gear. That's fair in my head, but there has to be a better way of doing that. See, this is my exact point. Like, people have this instant defensive barrier that you can't have mythic level gear. Like, people get so defensive about the mythic gear, and that doesn't strictly mean that the only answer is, oh, just make it all bind on pickup. No, it's really simple. It's really, really simple. Let crafters make the basic gear. Let crafters sell the basic gear. Let people buy the basic gear. When I mean basic gear, I'm talking about like the 382 stuff. Let crafters make that and put it on the auction house. Don't make... You can have it... You take Primal Chaos so that the crafter still has to do something to, you know... having it cost Primal Chaos creates a limiting factor to how many single individual items any crafter can make, but the crafter can quite easily go about their day and get a bunch of this Primal Chaos without too much problems. Then make it so that if raiders want to upgrade their piece to heroic level, if they want to upgrade it to mythic level, then the spark of ingenuity comes into play. Then they, you know, the spark of ingenuity could very easily have been the upgrade item. We don't need, see, this is the thing, we don't need primal, what are they called, primal infusions, and then concentrated primal infusions. We don't need that as a limiting resource when we've also got the sparks of ingenuity. It's two systems which could have easily be done by one. And then having just the one system in place for upgrading the items could have then also used the recrafting system to a much bigger advantage than it probably will be. It's the fact that Blizzard absolutely knew full well that they had to make this crafting order system be used by players. And so the only way to make it so the crafting order system was absolutely 100% must be engaged with by players.
Let's make sweet,
was by making all the crafts bind on pickup. Any other outcome would have meant that people could have, if they so choose to, have ignored the crafting order system. Jack, my man, welcome in. How we doing? Nosland with the Prime Gaming, appreciate it. Thank you, thank you. And like I said, the problem is it's really tough to have a civilized discussion about this, because within seconds people just like, oh, mythic item level, pay to win. It's like, fucking shut up for a minute. Like, think about what the possible options could be. Three-quarters of my CE guild doesn't even know or care what crafting orders are. And they probably won't. And they'll probably be able to completely breeze through without paying any attention to them even still. In Blizzard, what it feels to me, like in Blizzard's effort to make it so that we have no choice but to use the crafting order system, they've inadvertently made the entire system so complicated that people will just flat out ignore it. Because the reality of it was, from the word go, was that it was only ever meant to be a supplementary gearing system. It was just meant to supplement gearing for a little bit longer than it has previously. So, yeah, I'm still very convinced crafting orders are going to be a swing and a miss. A swing and a miss. That doesn't mean and I should clarify, that doesn't mean that the legendary crafting system was better. It just means that the system that they've implemented right now is not really fit for purpose. In the work order system, you don't have to front load, for example, 200k worth of mats for an item that possibly doesn't sell. That's the skill gap with crafting, though. There was nothing wrong with that. There was absolutely nothing wrong with that. That's the point of the crafting system. You craft something, and then you take the risk of crafting it, and then you go out there and you sell it. That skill gap is needed. That's like saying we just, you know, instead of having raid bosses where there's the chance that you won't kill the raid boss and you've wasted your time, how about we just make it so that once a week you go into a big room and there's a chest and you open the chest and you get a piece of loot out of it. The gameplay of crafting is the buying the materials, putting those items together, getting the pattern, taking the risk of crafting it up front, then going out there and trying to sell it for a profit. That's the gameplay there. crafting order system has just sucked all of that out of it to a point to where, oh, am I interested in pressing 3 buttons to get a 20 gold commission? No, not in the slightest. Crafting systems removed a large chunk of the market speculation. Yeah, it's absorbed practically all of the actual gameplay element from crafting, and it's pushed it. Just, you know, it means that most people who enjoy the crafting, you know, most people who enjoy professions, they enjoy the market speculation, they enjoy the economy side of things, are just all focusing on the region-wide auction house, which is where that, you know, where we can scratch that itch. I can still, you know, I can still spend time working out, well, if I buy this, can I convert it into this, and then can I sell it for that, and will I turn a profit by doing it, and free loot is pay to win because you paid for the game and you get free loot. Oh, Jack. You're just poking trolls with a big stick now. They want us to play the game their way. It's just, like I said, it's, in my opinion, the work order system is just unnecessary. It's a cool concept, and the gameplay elements from it could have been quite interesting. The problem is they've made it overly complicated. They've made it overly restrictive. So much so that most people will go out of their way to ignore it. I really cannot wait to see what happens when Season 1 opens and people are still like, where's the work orders? Where's the crafting orders? Why are nobody putting in orders? Well, you know, there'll be a few that'll filter through, sure, but there'll still be the big question marks of, well, where's all of this? Where's all of these orders? And what people forget is those orders only come about if somebody has placed them. And the reality is that there's always far less customers than there are people trying to sell. That's true in virtually every single market ever. If it's not true, you've got a monopoly situation. It's not how economics and economies work. You need 3 people trying to sell something so that the person that then wants to come along and buy it doesn't get ripped off. This was one of the biggest problems with legendaries. There was actually, for the short period of time with legendaries, more people that would have liked the item than people willing to make that item. Only very briefly, but it did exist. And with the super duper mega high front loaded investment into getting into that market, people wanted to make the gold back. Got a level on my alt from going just by skilling up professions. You can do. You can do. I think that people were saying that they've capped the amount of experience you can get. But even when they've capped it, it's still pretty cool way of leveling up, even if it's only a level or 2. Now things are starting to tick through. These are probably all the higher tier stuff. I need to work out how we can burn through a bunch of this quality 2 stuff a little bit more effectively. Have we got more stuff to prospect? What's going on here? Why have we got 2 totally separate stacks? Can we fix that? Let's get that broken down.
I got what you need.
Ow,
The
balls.
pleasure was all
Okay, let's try that
mine.
again. There was a long window in the EU where a quality 1 Wraithbark was more expensive than quality 2. It will end up that way. It will definitely end up that way. It won't just be a long window. It will be the norm before too long. Once you get 100 skill points in herbalism, you very, very rarely get quality 1 herbs anymore. They just won't exist. Quality 2 will be the normal quality for most farmed materials. Quality 2 ores, quality 2 herbs, quality 2 leather. Why would you ever want quality 2 though? Well, because it will be substantially cheaper than quality 3. And if it's, you know, at or about the same price as quality 1, level 1, sorry. Well, you when you're leveling up your professions, you probably want just the basic stuff, because at that point you're not too bothered about quality. And not always do you need to use the best quality components when you're crafting something. There does come a point where you can get away with using lower quality stuff. Right, we've got way too much crumbled stone. Let's get this broken down. What can we look? Let's move this over to the side. Let's make vials. We can make some more of these. We're selling these. We're selling the vials at 30 gold a piece. Quality 1 will be more expensive because it's rarer, but nobody will buy it. Yeah, there's not much point to buy it. That doesn't mean it won't, you know, slowly get more expensive. Market's weird like that. Frameless lenses, what are these doing right now? We haven't got any. Or we haven't sold any. Let's do some quick maths here. 2 lenses, 1 earth. How much is a rousing earth? Rousing earth is 35 gold. Let's just call it 15. Fractured glass, I'm going to consider it free. 15 plus the cost of a gem dust. Gem dust, it says it's 63, but we can make it probably for less than that. It will be we can get some gem dust when we need to be, via probably breaking down a bunch of these Eternity's ambers that we'll struggle to sell, that we end up getting more of. Okay, let's make a bunch of frameless lenses then. We're going to need rousing earth. Yeah, okay. Let's just buy a bunch of those.
The pleasure was all mine.
Bit of rousing earth. Frameless lenses, go. I don't think even with inspiration... Yeah, we're way too low on the tree to even get quality 3 with inspiration, so... Invested all my knowledge into rings and necks, not making any profit week 1. Or crafting anything. Hoping it will change when the raid starts. It might do. You never know, things might surprise us. Things might surprise us. But I'm usually not too far wrong with my guesstimations. Quite like some quality 3, there we go. Quality 3 gem dust will just sell. We're out of shimmering clasps by the looks of things as well. What does actually do more gold? I'm getting peanuts just gathering. I mean, most things can make you gold. It's very hard to not make gold at the beginning of the expansion. The trick, more than anything, is working out what's more lucrative. Honestly, getting into gathering right now is the absolute easiest way of making a whole bunch of gold. You are going to be competing against some very, very competent players in crafting right now, especially if you're on Team EU. No disrespect to Team NA, but most of you guys over there seemingly have no idea what maths is. And you can often, you can often just take some components, do a little bit of shuffling, and double your money quite quickly on NA a lot of the time. Team EU though, there's clearly lots of sweaty gold makers on Team EU that tend to run the markets a lot. If you're dealing with anything that goes on the region-wide auction house, it's going to be super competitive. Finding a niche in your realm, though, might be okay. But even still, the niches on the niches that you can carve out, or niches if you're from Team NA, the niche you can carve out is going to still require you getting access to patterns that others don't have. Pretty much anything that any recipe that you learn via the trainer is going to be quite tricky to make gold with, because people are crafting them just to get skill points and all sorts of stuff. If all of this makes it sound like gathering is just a much easier solution, then that's, you know, because it is. I can't really, I don't particularly want to sugarcoat it any more than that, really. That the honest truth, hang on, this is a scenario where using quality 3 is actually bonkers crazy. Why don't use quality 3? Where's me glossy stone gone? It's over there. Prices on EU are so volatile, it's insane. Just last night I was making 2k per craft with enchanting. This morning it's already gone. Profit is a privilege and shouldn't be expected. This is why I always try and persuade people to focus on turnover. Forget about profit. Forget about profit. Focus on turnover. Focus on selling more stuff. Find the markets where you can sell a lot of stuff. And wherever you can sell a lot of things, there will usually be profit to be made in that market. And then just focus on selling more stuff. $2K per craft is a license to print money that is never going to last more than 5 minutes. Because soon as somebody else sees that they can also make 2K per press of a button, guess what's going to happen? It's going to get absolutely trashed. This just always is the way. Do we have lots of these? What are these valued at? Mystic Sapphires are actually pretty valuable. A Mystic Sapphire is valuable because they go into shimmering clasps. I've not worked out why these are quite so valuable. It must just purely be the fact that they go into making shimmering clasps. And in that scenario, why are shimmering clasps quite so valuable? Tiered medallion settings. That's why they're profitable. Okay. Oh, okay. That's probably why. Where do we get this recipe from? Settings. Okay. That's fine. Well, we'll take advantage of that while we can. 172 gold value for a Mystic Sapphire. When we make the shimmering clasp, what do we end up with? We end up with an item that's worth 164. So we're taking a slight hit. We're just turning one item into another, not profiting. But when we proc a quality 3, then we're in the money. It's the quality 3s where our profit comes from. Right, okay. We can keep going with that then. Where there's profit, there's sellers. There's an old phrase in business that the market at risk is the most is a market that's profitable.
Are you just glad to see me?
Companies go out of their
Well,
way
I
to
hope.
not make so much profit, by the way. Like in the real world, out in the real world, big corporations go as far as they can so that their products are tightly margined. Not everybody wants to make a super profitable item because all that does is attract other competition to the market. There are very few companies out there that try to make maximum profit on everything they sell. Most companies out there actually would much rather sell 10 times as much stuff for a fraction of the price. Market share and turnover is absolutely king. And it always has been. And it's, you know, people who get that into their head can utilize the same mentality here as well. And I know it sounds really silly, right? We're playing a silly little video game here, but the correlation is quite strong. Union Bobby, thank you very much for the Prime Gaming. Union Bobby. If only the other Bobby would unionize.
You break it, you buy it.
Right, let's get some of this stuff listed. How much knowledge do I have in Jewelcrafting? I don't know, 40, 50 points, something like that. More profit, the more taxes. Reinvest to keep your expenditure high relative to your revenue and profits low. Yeah. As soon as you start making profit, A, the tax man wants some of it, and B, you're going to attract competition. Keep your profit margin skinny. Keep your turnover high. And you'll be all good. Obviously, there's no tax man in WoW, which is very nice. Although you could argue that the auction house is the tax man. 5% of everything you sell goes away in taxes in WoW. It's the hidden tax man of WoW. I'd take 5% taxes IRL anytime. Yep. Absolutely. Luckily, I'm not in the big tax brackets, but Taxman still has a good 25% of any money I make. Problem is 5% every time, not deductibles. Yep, no depreciation, no loopholes. Epic gems from Cerovite without talents. Very possible. Very possible. Those epic gems, though, are not going to interest many people anymore, though. It's epic gems, people want quality 3s. Quality 3s is where it's at right now. Selling in trade chat is a loophole, technically. You're right, actually. You can avoid the tax man. Yeah, cash deals. Cash deals. Sell cash monies. Q3 uncut diamonds have been crashing big time over the last few hours. Most things probably will take a bit of a hit because it's the weekend. That's just how things tend to go. What I need to do, though, is I need to crush some more of this stone or be doing something productive in the background. Prospecting, that stuff, go. Best economy game I've seen was Eve. All other games' economies look like little poor fluffy babies in comparison to this giant. It's the reason I've never played Eve. I've lost friends to Eve, and I understand it. Yes, it sounds absolutely right down my alley. I do suspect that if I started to play Eve, it might take over my life because it probably would appeal to me pretty aggressively. But I also know people who have been playing Eve for like 15 years. And I've got like bajillions of bajillions. And it's like, wow, how do you even contemplate competing against that? Trade chat was the black market all along then. It was. And the irony is maybe Blizzard wanted a piece of that. So they made work orders. So fuck you trading your goods in trade chat. Now all you can do in trade chat is tell them to go and press some buttons in the Blizzard system so Blizzard gets their cut. Scammers. Damn you, Blizzard. It's just one big tax man. Right, I've got to go get a drink. I'll be back in 2. I'll throw up some ads for a couple of minutes, so if you want to, you know, go grab a drink, do a bathroom break, whatever. I'm going to play some ads for a couple of minutes while I disappear. I'll be back in 2. Lots of guys are just randomly giving millions of ISK, so I don't know, it feels overinflated economy. From what I understand of Eve, which isn't a lot, because like I said, I've never played it, but I tend to feel that it, you know, Eve acts like a bubble. It grows and it grows and it grows and it grows and it grows, and then it explodes, because there's big, what do they call them, corporations in Eve? And one corporation will grow so big that they'll just blow up the other corporation, and then half of the economy disappears overnight. Is my very third party, low beat level understanding of it anyway. Just start with it on the 31st of December on New Year's Eve. Badumch. Genius. I reached the mining with mount skill. Do you have any idea what sub-spec could be interesting to level up, please? Whichever appeals to you. I'm not really a fan of suggesting spec builds to people so much. Spec builds are something that you should decide what you want to do based on your playstyle. If you want to go for gathering, either you want to go quality, quantity, or elements. Elements obviously being your rousing and your awakened stuff. You want to pick one of those three and go that way. The most favourable right now is probably building towards getting more getting more rousing frost, rousing fire, that sort of stuff. But that's today's advantage. Who knows what the meta might be tomorrow. So spec however you feel, and arguably, you know, it's often a case of that those that spec differently to everybody else will actually be the ones that win, which is quite cool. We need to get some more prospecting on the go. We need to get some more prospecting. We've got 100k in sales over the last hour, which is nice, but that should be more. We need more. More, I tell you. Where's Draconium ore at? Ceravite ore. Ceravite ore 17 gold. I can do 17 gold. Whoa! What's going on here? Who's randomly got 50k Ceravite ore out of nowhere? My problem with Ceravite ore is it takes a long ass time to prospect the damn stuff. Is there, although it's not like, or am I struggling to sell things? Am I selling things faster than I'm crafting them right now? I can't decide. Where's me cheat sheet? Where's me prospecting chart? Let me do a quick sanity check on some of these prices, actually. How much is Casgarite ore? Casgarite ore, 116 for quality 2. That's a bit expensive, you know? It's a bit expensive. Gives me a lot more of the rare stuff, though. That feels a bit pricey. I'd want it to be a touch cheaper than that, I reckon. Draconium ore being 94, though, feels like a big stinky Betasaurus. I don't feel that. I feel that's too expensive. Should we prospect a bit of Casgarite ore and see how we get from there? We get a lot more, a lot faster with Casgarite ore. I wonder what the upside is of Casgarite. Is it got a higher... Does Casgarite have a higher diamond ratio? I think it does, doesn't it? Draconium, diamond... What? I'm looking at my cheat sheet, by the way. I should probably show you guys this. Draconium ore, diamonds per ore. I have it worked out to be 0.01 diamonds per ore. 0.006. So far less ore, far less diamonds from Ceravite. Casgarite is giving me the best ratio of diamonds, but unless I get them at quality 3, it's a bit of a moot point. Casgarite slightly higher rare gems than uncommon gems. Okay. I think 116 for Casgarite still feels a bit expensive. Was it 116? Oh, it's actually more than that. It's 120. 120 feels like too much. That's because of K-Chak's flipping video. You know what that is. Yeah, I'm not going to be able to extract too much profit without doing some shenanigans on that. I reckon I'm still better off. I reckon I'm still better off with Ceravite ore, even though it's slow. Slow and steady wins the race, though, right? That's the slow but profitable.
Goblin products are built to blast.
Let me do something about this inventory because it's fucking horrendous.
What can I do for you?
All of these BOEs just go away. Get out of here. Oh, I should probably sell those, but I can't be bothered. Soulbound, Soulbound. Pendant of Impending Perils. These are worth so little I can't even be bothered to sell them. Oh, I need a locksmith. I need a locksmith to open my forgotten jewellery box. Does anybody know what's in this thing? This was a treasure. I had no idea what's in the damn thing. Draconium tool set. Get rid of that one, 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 get rid of that one. Get rid of that. Right, okay. That's better.
Be safe.
Use a Legion lockpick to open it. Buy a blacksmithing key, it's like 20 gold. You lot are clever. You lot are clever. This is why I keep you guys around.
Yeah, what do you want?
Key. What's it called? What do we need? What do we, where's the box thing? Requires lockpicking 65. How do I circumvent that? Ceravite key? Ceravite skeleton key. Boom. Shit, how many did I buy? Oh, I only bought one. Oh, I saw like 2,000 and I thought I bought all of them then. You can't use that item? Fuck off. Requires blacksmithing 1. Ah, you guys debated me.
I know a buyer when I see one.
Okay. There's me saying that's why I keep you around. You lot are all scam artists. Lockpicking 35. I need one that's like up to 65. Up to 60? Ah, scammed. Hang on, don't Jewelcrafters make one? Don't Jewelcrafters make a skeleton key? Key. Apparently not.
I know a buyer when I see one.
Can some rogue just come and open this for me, please? Can Can we just make this easier? Can some rogue just turn up and open this for me, please? Just buy a rogue? Yeah, exactly. I want to buy a rogue, please. Do rogues exist anymore? Does anybody ever play rogue outside of PvP? Buy a jeweled lockpick. Lockpick. Allows the opening of locks that require up to 550 skill. Okay, that seems broken. I'll have one of those, please. Yoink. Genius. Genius. Arch Lee, thank you very much. Well, in fact, hang on. Hang on. Let's see if we can open the damn box first. Then I'll thank you. Hey! Genius. Genius. Forgotten jewelry box. What's in this bad boy? Oh, some stuff. A Neltherite, a shimmering clasp, a frameless lens ×3, and some fractured glass. All at quality 1, all completely dog shit. Well, we tried. We tried. We tried. Let's get all this out of the way. Yeah, I know there's a sort button, but I'm not pressing it right now. Surely me sorting my inventory was what you tuned in for though, right? This is the epic goal making right here. Right, now we got ourselves a bit of space. Bit more space. Let's put our ore down here so we know how much of it we've got. And it's out the way. Gems can go up here. That pissing thing can go away now. You scammed me, the lot of you. Quality 1, quality 2, quality 3. That's a random ass quality 1 gem. Okay. Right, let's prospect some more stuff. I've not been hearing any beepity beeps. Why are we not selling anything? What's going on? We've stopped selling things. This is the thing with the region-wide auction house. The very second you stop listing things, you also stop selling things. Unless you're playing the long game, you're waiting for resets and stuff. It's like pimple popping for some viewers. A nice, neatly organised, yeah, backpack. All raiders started heroic week before to get mythic, so it will remain about the same demand as the beginning of any expansion. Analysing price trends for Nathria launch was kind of a double peak. One at the start of the heroic week, one at the start of mythic week, with all of it squished into one. I see the peak being even higher. See how much the regional auction now smooths things out, though. Yeah, I'm looking forward to the launch of the raid. You know, what's it, 13th of December, I want to say. I can't wait for that. It's going to be fun, I reckon. Could be a blast. Right, we've got way too much ore and not enough prospecting going on. Go. Make me rich, game. Go. Let's put this over here. Oh, I don't know. I don't know where the nicest place for it to go is. I need a 4K monitor. I need a 4K monitor, don't I? And then, can we stream in 4K? Twitch doesn't support 4K streaming, does it? think just 1080, yeah. If I got a 4K monitor, I could play the game in 4K. I could downscale it and still stream in 1080p, and it wouldn't break the aspect ratio. That would still work. It's just it's starting to annoy the living Christ out of me having 12 windows on top of each other. I almost want to go super widescreen. Yeah, I was thinking that, super mega widescreen, but I need to keep the same 16:9 aspect ratio for the purpose of the stream. The modal helps a lot. Yeah, add-ons to move things around isn't the problem. It's just physically not enough real estate on the screen. You need big cock internet for streaming in real 4K. Well, I mean, I've got big cock internet, but the problem is to you guys to be able to watch it. That's the thing. You can stream in 4K on YouTube, I think. Not that many people choose to. Dirty Irby uses an ultra-wide monitor, but just streams the very center of it with the main WoW window. Yeah, it's more physical real estate on the WoW screen I'm more interested in. It would just make everything very small for you guys. It'd be nice and big and crystal clear for me, but... He thinks we're watching him, silly mantis. You're in the background. Well, that's also true. I'm very aware that I'm most people's background noise. I've thought about getting one of those ultra-wide, one of those curved ultra-wides, and replacing 2 of my 3 monitors. I would still probably keep... I would have like an ultra-wide and then probably a screen above the ultra-wide, which is where I'd put like OBS and Twitch chat and Discord and stuff. Or just go full Linus Tech Tips and go double-stacked ultra-wides. That'd be pretty bananas crazy. At that point, I might as well just buy a 60-inch 4K telly though, you know. Twitch is just a modern game radio for me. I mean, if it works for you, go for it. Price of 1 big versus 3 separate is still much cheaper still. Yeah, those big fancy ultra wides are still very expensive for what they are. They're cool though. They're cool though. I need to buy a new PC before I start doing super high resolution stuff though. I would like Nvidia to hurry up and release the 4070 and hopefully release it at a price that's not disgusting. I might have to actually build the PC first though, and then add the graphics card later. Four ultra-wide curved monitors on a hinged desk setup, true 360-degree gaming. That would just be bananas. That'd be ridiculous. Don't go for 4000 series, it will catch fire. That's what insurance is for. PC building stream? See, I usually like to just upgrade my PC as time goes on, you know, put a new component in it from time to time. But I'm very, very tempted at this point to just build a brand new one from scratch. That would then mean that I would actually have 2 PCs. But you know, it's been a bit of a desire to have the streaming PC and the gaming PC. But the reality is that most computer hardware nowadays is so fucking powerful that you don't strictly need 2 PCs. Maybe I'll just donate this current PC to the wife or something. We're not prospecting. No prospecting noise in the background means no good. Go, game, go. Does prospecting seem profitable at the moment? If you do a bit of shuffling with it, just straight prospecting, no, not really. I basically break even, or close to break even, at the moment on the quality 2 stuff I get through prospecting. I make a little bit of profit on still selling the quality 3 stuff, but I also shuffle a bunch of intermediate stuff as well. Whether it's not strictly always profitable, but it just diversifies what I'm selling a little bit more. Found Draken on 2K lags, and I've got a 3090 Ti. Wouldn't even imagine 4K. Well, at that point, it's not about your physical hardware. It's not about the grunt. It's the actual server lag is the problem. That's a Blizzard issue. It doesn't matter what hardware you throw at it. It's not going to make any difference. You still selling the highest level gem dust? Or are you making something nice with it? I saw the price is actually super low. Went into gems, not too far out of it so much. The top tier gem dust, the quality 3 gem dust, I'm just diversifying. I'm doing as much as I possibly can with all of it, which means I don't strictly have one rule that I always follow. I follow what the market wants. If I can sell some of it, make a profit off some of it, craft with some of it, sell whatever I craft with it. This is the trick with Jewelcrafting. This is why you can spreadsheet and you can maths it all out and you can calculate all things ahead of time and you can balance the books and you can do a whole bunch of accounting. But in many cases, all of that effort can be superseded by just making a bunch of shit and selling it fast. The one thing I prefer doing more than anything else is just sell things quickly. Sell things quickly and you'll do fine. Let's put you down here. There we go. Now we're looking neat and tidy, aren't we? God, my OCD is unnecessary. Maybe show sales? You're probably right. Sorry. Love the sound of prospecting. Reminds me of prospecting Ghost Iron ore for Primal Diamonds in MOP. First gold cap right there. I think Wrath of the Lich King was the heyday for me with Jewelcrafting. It had settled in by that point. It was all a bit wacky in TBC. But Wrath of the Lich King, Jewelcrafting, oh my lord. Oh my lord. So much moolah. Damn newbie streamer. Yeah, professional streamer, boys and girls. Crimson Combatant Jewel Signet for 100k now. Trying to make some gold back with those rings. The PvP gear is still doing pretty well, to be honest. I've not got any of the patterns, but I frequently see people having some great success with the PvP gear. And it's for one very simple reason. Not everybody has it. This is the issue trying to make gold with anything that comes from the trainers right now. Everybody's leveling up their professions. Everybody's got access to those crafts. You either have to differentiate yourself by speccing into it, reducing your crafting costs and increasing the quality that you produce things at, or you need to go out there and you need to get a pattern that other people don't have. That's why the PvP stuff's doing quite well, because not everybody has the patterns. And it means that there's a lot less competition. But you'll still find that there is the usual frustrations, being that people will wildly undercut just because they can. Because some people like to see the world burn. Is Inscription good if I don't spec into Dark Moon? Inscription's got loads of options. Inscription's got loads of options. You've got, obviously, the two-handed staves with Inscription. You've also got the knowledge book things. I mean, even just the intermediates of selling the inks, making top-quality burnished inks, top-quality cosmic inks, will probably net you a pretty penny. And probably because every man and their dog is focused somewhere else. Back to the old saying of do what others are not doing. Do what others are not doing and you'll probably make more profit. Know what I still miss is Shariah's streams, where all the gold makers used to just hang out and chill. Yeah, they were I don't know. Does anybody know why they stopped producing content? I think they still play. I think they still play the game. Even to this day, their TSM profiles are very popular. I think Gumdrops might know, or Billis. Yeah, they're sort of, they fall into the category of, like, the OG goal makers nowadays, I suppose, a little bit, don't they? It's weird for me, because a lot of people still think that I'm the new kid on the block. Yeah, I was making goal making videos before all of those guys, even. I just took a 5-year break, and then came back and decided to do it properly. I started making gold not long after. Well, it was started making content for it in Cataclysm, I want to say. You weren't on Twitch a lot, I guess. I did stream back in the day. There's occasionally somebody turns up and they do, you know, the exclamation mark follower age, and then get quite impressed to tell me that they've been following for like 10 years. Yeah, I started making gold seriously and doing content creation around it in sort of the Cataclysm era, I think. I was making gold way before that, but the content creation side of stuff, I think I kicked it off in Cataclysm. Gave it a little bit of a go for a year or two. Didn't particularly do very well at it. Didn't really get too far. A few thousand subs on YouTube. Streamed occasionally, but didn't have the business acumen to make it into anything. So I took a bit of a break from content creation for a fair few years. Went and did other things, IRL. Came back to it at the beginning of Shadowlands, and we're here now. Fairly new fan of yours here. Do you have any guides or a setup for TSM? I've got your cheat sheet and access to the Discord channels if it's relevant. There are some Dragonflight stuff. No, I've not done anything TSM Dragonflight related yet, and I probably won't do until the add-on works reliably. The TSM guys, they're getting there, but it's obviously going to be a bit of a slow burn for a little while. And I don't want to overly complicate things by... Let me put it this way. TSM is probably... The TSM that we see here and today in the now is probably going to be very different from what we see in only a couple of months' time. So if you have the know-how and the desire to power through and push through with TSM, you can still get it to do some basic stuff. But the entire crafting side is just ignore it right now as far as I'm concerned. It's not overly reliable. The UI, I mean, it's great that they've made a brand new TSM UI, right? But the problem is it's just not very straightforward to use. It's much quicker and it's much easier to use the default UI, is my opinion on it. And especially since that we can't actively rely on things like these crafting costs being even remotely close to accurate. See, this seems to ignore the fact that you need silk and gem dust, which is actually the core component of this. So it's, you know, in many cases, nearly everything you select, there's, you know, oh, the crafting cost is 74 gold for this. Well, no, because you seem to have ignored the Mystic Sapphire that goes into it. Lots of things. That is why I would not suggest using the crafting side of TSM just yet. They're working on it. They'll get it fixed for sure. I have faith, but there's no real desire for me to put time and effort into making a bunch of groups and giving them out to people before the add-on really works properly. I mean, I have I have a little mini video series, you know, showcasing how to get up and running on TSM. The audio quality on the videos is pretty bad, but it's linked on. It's called TSM Basics. It's a playlist on the YouTube channel. I think we need to make a few more intermediates before we go too far. Draconic vials, how are we doing on these? We've got lots of the basic ones. We can't make quality 3 of these, can we? Not unless I throw top quality dust at it, which I'm not keen to do. If I use top quality dust, I'm taking a big hit. My inspiration will give me... okay. My inspiration would give me exactly 300 recipe difficulty if I use quality 3 gem dust. That's probably not very sensible though, because it means 4 out of 5 times I'm taking a massive loss. Should we do it just for some shits and giggles? I need some more draconic stoppers. Oh no. I'm out of draconic stoppers. I don't want to have to go all the way back to Valdrakken just to get these. That's annoying. Frameless lenses, we've still got a bunch of. Okay. Let's get prospecting instead.
Cha-ching!
Why do I have 10 shovels? I have 10 shovels because I love me some digging. He's a gold digger. Shit. Yeah, they've got charges. You can only use each one 5 times. So I keep 10 of them in my bag so that I can pick up 50 treasures before having to make a trip back to a bank or an auction house or something. How's blacksmithing to make gold? Blacksmithing's going to be in a good place. I've not tested blacksmithing all that much since the game has gone live, but blacksmithing should be in a pretty good place. especially if you're working towards weapons. I think you're gonna have one of the crafting professions that's gonna have a lot of business once it all kicks off. Why are we not prospecting still? Go do all of the prospecting things. Do all of the things. Stop stopping on me. Go, you son of a bitch. What's going on?
Shipment coming in soon.
Okay. Well, that's not going to help situation very much, is it? All these weird and wonderful stack sizes is probably not helping things. Lord have mercy. Okay, fine. How do I make Goldust leather working when all the high item level stuff is bind on pickup? You're going to need to get access to some of those big ticket recipes and hopefully fill some work orders. Jumped off the wall on a yak. Damn you, dragon riding. That's funny. I've done that as well. I've done that. Yeah. You just jump off something and you expect to fly and it doesn't work. I want this just to do its thing in the background. Do a reload. Yeah, let's give it a reload. What's my spec in Jewelcrafting? I've gone full prospecting mode. If I'm not cutting and selling the gems, I want to be making the gems so that the people are buying the gems off me.
You break it, you buy it.
Oh, now it's just going. Okay. Are you selling crafted rare gems or just selling the raw gems? At the moment, just the raw gems, but that's because I don't have any of the cuts. I've only got the Nosderite cuts. So, I'm selling the gems to the people that are cutting the gems. Once I get the cuts, though, I'll be doing both. I need to just work on my renown a little bit. I'll spend an hour or so working through this ore. See what I can do with this. This is not super duper mega valuable use of my time, but I'm gaining knowledge at the personal knowledge, I should say, not like. The problem with using the word knowledge nowadays is it's got you know, people think about, oh, you get knowledge points. No. I'm gaining personal knowledge on how the system works and what's in demand right now, even if I'm not making silly amounts of gold. Alright, this is pause. Let's move on to the next stack. Go, go, go. Is it just me or is leveling alts feel slower than the main? It was all new and exciting and fresh when you did it on your main character, though. When you do it on alts, it very quickly becomes, oh, I've done this, I just want to get it done. That's a psychological thing. Oh, hang on. They're over here now. What are they doing over there? No, 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 no. Stop putting flipping... Stop
Goblin
putting...
products are built to blast.
Actually, this flipping stupid reagent bag is mighty annoying. I keep doing silly things like this, like splitting up my stacks, just so the damn thing's full. So all the materials don't go in here. It's not big enough to be super useful to actually hold all of my reagents. It just has some of the reagents and always ends up with stupid things in it, like fish that I just casually pick up and don't care for. Which I should probably sell, but it's still not big enough to be useful. Turned off TSM for now, everything works better in game. Unfortunately, TSM's a very heavy add-on. There's no sugarcoating that it's a very heavy add-on. And it is probably going to not necessarily hinder your what's going on, but certainly not help it. Where's my auction house
Got the best
gone?
deals anywheres.
I really don't like it. Like, really don't like it. Yeah, the reagent bag slot was a nice idea, but it feels a lot like the, you know, hey mum, can we get a reagent bag? No son, we have a reagent bag at home. It doesn't really feel like what was like you know, oh, we're getting a reagent bag slot. Finally, we don't have to worry about reagent space. Oh, it's just actually another bag slot, which is limited to what can go in it, and it's not big enough. And it's just annoying. I'm happy about the extra slots, sure, but it's not really what I wanted when I said I wanted a reagent bag slot. Ian Azakostis claiming, oh yeah, it's going to be big. Yeah, big, sure. Big like Blizzard's lawyers' fees, big. Don't you guys have reagent banks? Well, true. Did you finish all the zones? I've got most of the way through. I think I'm about 60-70% the way through Thaldraszus now. So I've nearly finished the Lawmaster. I was going to work on it a little bit today, but I got distracted by Jewelcrafting. Is Sam actually coming back? This is not really my place to say, and I don't know. But I would suspect probably not. Probably not. I think Samadan will probably make the odd video from time to time. I definitely don't think you're ever going to see Samadan streaming again. Simply because, well, for two reasons, right? First reason being, he's a busy family man to start with, which is prohibitive to streaming from the word go. I'm not, you know, I'm not strictly the big family man. Me and Mrs. Manthias don't have kids, and even then, trying to fit streaming around both our schedules. You know, streaming is a very young man's bachelor activity for the most part, or sorry, young person's. You know, the single life works well for streaming because you 100% set your own schedule. So I can't imagine that we'll see him come back to streaming. You know, he'll make the odd YouTube videos and stuff because he enjoys it, and I think he's still playing the game from time to time. But the problem he will have is he is going to struggle to turn it into any more than just a very passive hobby at this point. There's not a huge amount of people out there who, in fact, I can probably count on one hand the amount of people that have actually been able to take gold making and generate it into something that actually produces enough revenue for them to consider it something that they can do continuously. It's taken me 2 years to do it, and only in the last 30 days have I actually, you know, made any more than minimum wage doing it. And I'm also not oblivious to the fact that it's busy because it's peak season right now. It's content creation's tough. It takes a lot of takes a lot of prisoners. Content, you know, for every single person you see that ends up in a content creation career, content creation path, there's 500 people that tried it and didn't make it. And that's no disrespect to any of those people that tried it and didn't make it. It's just tough. Like I said, this is my second go at it. I tried it 5 or 6 years ago. It didn't really work out very well. So I came back with a fresh approach, and it's still taken me 2 years to break even. Do you live in an expensive country, though? Yeah, I live in Finland, which clearly doesn't help. Finland is not exactly a cheap place to live. Probably one of the most expensive countries in the EU. Yeah, that and probably Norway. But yeah, like I said, content creation's a bit of a tough cookie to crack in the first place. But over the decade plus of me both playing this game and also actively watching people who make content about this game, and more importantly, focusing on the people who focus on the economy and goal making side of things, you can probably count on one hand the amount of people that have been able to do anything enough to consider it more than a hobby. I mean, I'm not going to name names, but I'm sure you can work out the people who have been able to generate enough revenue from it to call it. I mean, the irony being is even the very, very few select people who can actually make enough money from playing this video game and making content about it also still quite sensibly maintain a day job just for something slightly more stable. Tried Football Manager a couple of years ago though. Tough to do vids every day with a normal job. Yeah, the grind is gross. The grind is gross at the beginning for sure. You might be onto something there, Sacco. You might be onto something. That's why people who try to leave from Twitch don't stay on only game, or if they do, it's a high level of this content. Yeah, it's tricky business. When Zan and I did the Auction House podcast, it was good and fun, but when 9.1.5 came, we were both like meh, and then on top of that, all the Blizzard drama, I was done. Yeah, I get it. The biggest killer of content creators for this game is the game itself, because it sounds like the dream, right? I get to play World of Warcraft all day, make videos about it, stream it, and make money while you do it. It's literally the childhood dream, but that only works for as long as you're happy and active and enjoying playing the game. The second you stop enjoying playing the game, it's game over. Like, literally game over. One of my goals for 2022, which I clearly haven't done, one of my goals was to diversify a little bit further than just playing World of Warcraft. Maybe I will push that one forward to a 2023 to-do list, but it's the daunting thing of starting the grind again, because if you start diversifying, the people who variety streamers, man, they have got a golden egg. They're sat on top of a golden egg that they don't even understand most of the time.
Oh, sub mist have ran out.
Will, thank you very much for the tier 1. Appreciate it. Thank you. Maybe with Ashes of Creation. I don't think MMOs are the way forward. Ashes of Creation, sure, it looks cool and all, but I don't think MMOs are the way forward. Not from a content creator perspective. You've got, the only way that you'll make a MMO work for you is if you've already got a very, very well established audience and the translation between the two is good. You cannot dedicate yourself to more than one MMO. It's not possible. Physically not possible. If I was to do Ashes of Creation, I'd have to do it at the expense of World of Warcraft, which is like, you know, it's practically like going from your dream job to working in the shit pits again. Check Discord DMs. Let's have a look. Hang on. Please hold. You've even called it Manth Santa. Joker. Right. Hang on. Oh, it's too big. That's what she said. Right, I'm gonna squish it in a funny way just so it. There we go. Thank you very much. Now we's all Christmassy. If they have separate release schedules, it would be possible. It would be possible, but lots of things are possible on paper. What are we selling? Want to buy sushi guy? You want to buy sushi guy? Sushi guy? We're not eating though. We're not allowed to have sushi guy when we're not eating. Are you using TSM just for posting and cancelling, or just cancelling? Posting and cancelling. Just don't be trying to do too much too fancy. Even posting is not perfect for a lot of things. Change the sushi one to a Christmas pudding. Maybe. I mean, I could just put the camera back on, but nobody wants to see my Christmassy face. Who likes the Christmas tree, by the way? Do you like the Christmas tree? Posting was a bit risky for me, going with auctioneer. Depends how you got it. It depends how you got it set up. Why is there a llama on your camera now? Alright, sure. Camera angle's back, I see. Well, yeah, my camera's moved over to the side slightly. Camera's moved over to the because I got a proper stand for it, so it doesn't wobble and start leaning all over the place. Is there a something we can do with fractured glass? I don't think there is. There's just too much of this stuff. You call that a tree? It's as close to a traditional tree as I'm allowed. My Christmas decorations, as you can probably tell, is very British. Very blinky lights, very loud, very tinsel heavy, very plasticky, very fake tree. Santa's grotto is my absolute, perfect Christmas decoration. Mrs. Manthius, on the other hand, hates it. So I have to keep that restricted to my office. Downstairs, it's all fancy, bougie, very stylish Christmas stuff. And I'm like, nah, get that trash out of here. Where's my fire hazards? Let's put some fire hazards up all over the place. So yes, it means I have a little fake tree in the corner of my room. You got to send us the pic of downstairs. The problem is it doesn't even look like Christmas. It's so classy and fancy. It doesn't even look like Christmas. July rolls around and we're like, shit, there's still a Christmas decoration up. It blends in. Nobody wants Christmas decorations that blend in. No, if it's not like, if you don't step into the room and you're not blinded by 12 different flashing lights, singing jolly Christmas Santas and Rudolph like with a big flashy red nose, But it's not Christmas otherwise. Christmas decorations are meant to tell you it's Christmas, whether you like it or not. Get with the times, yo. It's Christmas. You will enjoy it. You will have fun. Do you live near Santa's home? Well, Santa's about 12 hours north of me by car ride, under normal circumstances. So I don't know if that's classed as close. Pigs in blankets? Yes, mate. I miss those so much. I can't replicate those properly over here. The bacon over here, the streaky bacon's not quite right. You can't get the right sausages. The little cocktail sausages, you can't get the right sausages. I want just a proper pack of basic wall sausages. Don't happen. It's a shame. I'm the one that's responsible for making the Christmas food, though. I make the Christmas ham every year, which is my thing. Sticks them in the post to you. I don't think they travel very well, do they? We've got 8 packs of 12 pigs in blankets ready for Christmas Day. That is many piggies. Is Jewelcrafting good? I wouldn't be doing it if it wasn't. We do the long route home from the childminders each day to find all the Christmas lights for the kids. There's a couple of houses near us that have gone real American with their Christmas lights. Like, disgustingly so. Is a pig in a blanket like a sausage roll? Oh, I guess we should probably explain what pigs in blankets are. It's very simple. It's a sausage that you wrap in bacon and then you just cook it in the oven. So, you know, the sausage, the pig, being the sausage, stays, you know, nicely wrapped up in his bacon blanket. Pig with extra pig, yeah. Pig with a side of pig, please. How would one like his pig? With more pig, please. Sausage roll with pastry made of bacon. Yeah. When you describe it like that, you're like, are you mad? Have you lost the plot? Like, yeah, it's Christmas. We've all gone mad. Yes, Jack. Meat on meat. Yes. That's meat on meat action there, yeah. How's TSM doing with the different qualities? It does absolutely fine with materials, because each of the materials have their own unique item ID. So that's very easy to deal with. The problem the problem I suspect it may be having, and they're clearly working on this, there was an update to TSM yesterday that I think that might have fixed some of this, is that any crafted piece of gear has the same base item ID, but then has different bonus IDs. Many bonus IDs depending on all of the different variations of that single piece of gear. So just like we had issues with base legendaries, just like we had issues with the Crafter's Mark gear in Shadowlands, it's a relatively similar story in Dragonflight, which is why I've just not bothered with any of it yet. I'll just play with the region-wide auction house until it's all fixed. I'm in no rush. No rush whatsoever. Right, we've nearly worked our way through this ore. Once we've worked through, we've got significantly more Eternity's Ambers than I know what to do with right now. I might break some of those down into dust. Where is the dust? Silken gem dust. Cheapest auction below minimum. That's not what we want. That's not what we want. Even quality 3 gem dust is significantly cheaper than it should be. Oh well. It's Saturday after all. Are you farming yourself or just sniping cheap raw materials? Neither. I'm just buying materials and doing the maths. Let's
I got mouths to feed,
let's
pal.
do a bit of crushing maybe on these things. If we use quality 2s, do we get... Let me just trial a few of these. Quality 2, quality 2, quality 2, quality 2. Yeah, okay. I can use Eternity's Ambers probably... They go in here, which in turn goes into lenses. Blotting sand. Yeah, nobody wanted that. I know why nobody wanted that. When's the cooldown up on this? 6 hours. They're cheap to make. They're cheap to make if I could make them at good quality. Even with an inspiration proc, though, I'm not going to get very far. Using best quality materials. Best quality, 2s, 2s, and 2s. I could probably use quality 3 for both of these. Maybe not with the lenses. Quality 3 for both of them. I'm just wondering if I can make one of these at quality 5. As soon as I can start getting... We're not going to get to quality 5, not without a proc. 48 bonus skill, 48 on top of that. Yeah, we're still 75 away. We won't gain that by using better materials. Quality 4 is still going to be the absolute best we can get these at, and even then that's with a proc. Let's make a few of them. Oh, we got inspired proc and it didn't even hit quality 4. Okay, screw that idea then. There is no way these are 8,500 gold. No way these are 8,500 gold at quality 3. TSM, you're smoking the pipe. You're absolutely smoking the pipe. 332. Oh my lord. Alright, fine. How many did I make? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I did make 5. Let me post 5. Okay, max. 5. Oh no, not maths. Maths for days. $90k for the quality for the top ones. Lord. Somebody's pushed to make them though. It's worth. It's worth. What else while we're here? What else while we're here? Left-handed magnifying glasses. These are too easy to make. These are basically vendor trash. Chromatic focuses. 4 dust. Top tier shards. Dust is basically free. Let's buy some chromatic dust real quick.
Have I got a deal for you?
Swifty paid 150k for a gem last night.
Hey, can I interest you in payment?
Yes, but he's also a professional swiper, so he doesn't care. $150k for a gem. Do I even need to use quality? What's the inspiration? Plus 48. 219. Okay, I do need to use top quality. Go on, do me a proc on one of these. Do me a proc on one of these. Reagent saved. I don't want reagent saved. I want it. There we go, an inspiration proc. Why is the higher quality one worth less than the lower quality one? It's because nobody's buying the quality. Okay. Broken. The
I
world's
ain't got it.
broken.
You don't want it.
332s. 332s. 4 of them. In you go. Then the 339. Ho, 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 ho! Pick a big number and double it moment. Pick a big number and double it. Okay, pick a big number and double it. We're gonna go 75,000 gold. Let's see if we can sell that anytime soon. And more importantly, before I forget, we're going to make a couple more of those. What did I miss? How is that 75k? Because there's no other ones at quality 4 on the auction house.
The pleasure was all mine.
What did I even need to make it?
Sweet profit together.
Delagar with the community subs. Thank you very much. Love me some giftaroonies. Thank you, thank you. I need top tier clasps. We just make the top tier clasps. We make the top tier clasps by using these. $346 I wouldn't sell for 60k. Tried all day yesterday. If it sells, it sells. If it doesn't, it doesn't. We only made 1. Oh, I'm out of these things. Misshapen filigrees.
Can I lighten that coin purse up for you?
Do these stack to 1,000? They probably do, don't they? They better stack to 1,000.
Pleasure doing business with you.
And I know it's a vendor map, but I'm just lazy. Now I'll never run out of them again. Go. Give me some procs. Give me some Q3 procs. There we go. Not sure why that tool and the loops requires way more skill to craft than the others. Yeah, no idea. They seem to have been itemized and balanced similar to that as tier 2 stuff, which is weird. I don't know. Let's make 10 of these. Let's get 10 of the top quality ones. Then we should be able to proc another couple Q4 stuff. Do you know how the illustrious insights work? They just give you a flat plus 30 skill when used, but you have to unlock the ability to use them. So you usually have to spec into even being able to use them. You get a few for free, by the way. You get 5 of them for free. There's a quest line you can complete. I wish I could remember the name of the quest, so I know that's not going to be super useful to you. But you do get a couple of them for free. I wouldn't craft any of them yourselves, though, right now. They're super expensive. 50 artisans metal is much better spent elsewhere. Come on, 8. I want 10 of these. There we go. 9. 10. Boom. 10 of those. Then we can make chromatic focus. Use the top tier ones. Give us a much better chance of making quality 4 variations of these. Still need a proc though. 1 in 5 theoretically. Never lucky. Never lucky. Wow, am I going to use all of these and not get lucky even once? Wow, Blizzard. Wow. Never lucky. Okay, back to making more flipping clasps. Where did my streamer luck go? Telling me, right? Been scammed. I've never used the cheat sheet. Is it new user friendly? If you know what you're doing with Excel, it's very friendly. The problem is, and this is why I think I haven't worked out how to do this yet. I need to do a little video about the cheat sheet. But at the very same time, I don't particularly want to do a video about the cheat sheet and then put it on YouTube. So I don't know how to deal with this. Because I don't want, you know, I'm not one for the sellout mode. If I put it on the YouTube, it's going to be seen by an awful lot of people who will then complain about the fact that it's not free. Now, haters going to hate and all, but I need something to showcase what it is. Make it personal, just list it in the Discord. Yeah. An unlisted video would do. But I want, you know, I need something to showcase in a little bit more detail what it is before people decide whether it's worth it for them or not. Although I've been very keen from the word go to not to try and sell it. I'm not trying to sell the cheat sheet. It's a perk for people who support the channel. I know that that's an almost a roundabout way of saying the same thing, but I don't want people to sign up to Patreon just to get the cheat sheet. I want it to be a benefit to those who support and not something that people are actively going out their way to like buy. But at the same time, I want to, you know, meet people's expectations about it because it's not a gold making guide. I never made it to be a gold making guide. It's a tool, which means if you have your, you know, basically what it's offering you is for 50% off with code Dragonflight. Yeah. What I'm practically trying to do is if anybody was going to go and make a spreadsheet to help them with crafting in the first place, here's a template that will probably save you 20 hours of hard work and brain stress, which is the worst kind of stress. Because you can take the cheat sheet and you can run with it and you can do some very clever things with it very quickly. Whereas if you were trying to build the same thing from scratch, it would take you a while. That's kind of the avenue of it. But I need to try and explain that to people in some way without it seeming too salesy. I don't know how to do that. Maybe I'll do that tomorrow. I'll work something out tomorrow. Can we now? We cannot proc quality 4. Did I work it out that we have to use plus 48 skill? Yeah, we have to use top quality ones to even proc, to give ourselves a chance for procking it. Come on, Blip. There we go. There's another quality 4 one. Never lucky. Ran out of chromatic dust before we ran out of flipping thingamybobs. This goes to show 17% inspiration doesn't necessarily mean a 1 in 6 chance. Because we crafted basically like what? How many is this? Like 20 of these flipping things now. 22 of them, and we got 2. Feels bad, man, with a gun. It's probably... I mean, I could just list them and
This
hope
stuff
that they
sells
sell.
itself.
Or... was just watching the alchemy leveling guide, not sure what path to take. Alchemy is one of those, like, it's a bit of a flip of a coin with alchemy, really. You're going to have to choose whether you go potions or vials, but whichever one you do, whichever one you choose to take, you can just focus on it. Just the only thing you should never really do with the spec trees is try and do two at once. If you try and do two at once, you've basically failed in both of them. Just pick one and do it. Pick one and do it. I might leave that one not listed yet. Running out of materials again. Is it worth doing alchemy on 2 toons, 1 for each? My suggestion, no. No. I mean, you could, but you're doubling the amount of effort. You're doubling the amount of effort you're going to have to put in to do that. You're then going to both have to actively play both of those characters quite a lot. My suggestion is not to try and game the system, not to try and find a loophole, but to actually play it how it was designed, which is just pick one. Just pick one. Pick one and do what you can do with it. Loopholes are fun and all, but it's only really a loophole if it gives you an advantage. Doing everything for a second time on another character, I don't really see it as much of an advantage. That second character, you'd be best off picking just a completely separate profession. That's my take on it, at least, anyway. Pick one, but pick the right one. The right one. The one on the left. Yeah. Would be worth having different professions, because later in the expansion you'll end up with 2 max alchemists when you could have had 2 different professions maxed. Yeah, see, this is it, right? You'll eventually be able to have access to everything anyway. With being able to have access to everything, eventually you are, you know, short term, you know, you play the game properly at the beginning for that long-term gain. There we go. That looks neat and tidy again, right? Yeah, I think so. Just depends how profitable the loophole will be short term. I don't think it will. It just doubles. The only... Okay, let me clarify one thing. There is one scenario, and only one scenario, where having 2 alchemists is a bonus. And it's if you have them on separate accounts. If you have 2 alchemists on one account, you've done goofed. If you have 2 alchemists on 2 separate accounts, you can make that work. Why? Because they can both be crafting potions at the same time. When the region-wide auction house and the raid launches, when that pairs together, you will be selling potions faster than you can physically make them. If you have only one account and you want to have 2 alchemists, you will still have to make a choice. Do I craft potions or do I craft vials? Because I can only be on one character at one time. Yeah, you'd absolutely have to have them on separate accounts to even consider doing it. This is one thing that alchemy is, you know, historically quite a big one for. That you have to just stand, like I'm doing with Prospect, to be fair. You have to just stand there and do something for a while. And in alchemy case, it's going to be stand there and craft potions. Craft potions continuously. Craft potions, sell potions, craft potions, and, you know, and the pattern continues. Golden ID with the Prime, thank you very much. Welcome in. Hang on, let me fix this utter mess that we have in front of us here. There we go. I've got 110 of this prismatic ore now. I've not prospected this yet. I wanted to get like 1,000 prismatic ore and then prospect it all in one go. Work out what the flipping hell this stuff actually does. Is the region-wide auction house out now, or does it come when raid starts? It's there, it's live, it's a go-go. Commodities are on the region-wide auction house. I'm glad I've got this window open, because I keep getting I keep getting baited. It keeps saying that the 75,000 gold one is sold. It hasn't. Somebody's clearly buying all of my stock of these ones out. Somebody was probably less than impressed I posted all of these for 25% of the current lowest price. But this is what you call is liquidating assets. This was the spare shit I had to make the big one that I wanted to make. This is going to happen all the time. Somebody's going through and they're buying out all of my chromatic focuses because I posted them cheap. The only reason I crafted them, though, was because I wanted to make the big one. Now, if I don't sell the big one, I've taken a loss on all of these. But if I do sell the big one, I still win, and I got rid of all the trash at the same time. Now it's this person's problem. They can spend hours relisting these. This is why the mindset of only what is the best quality matters. Because the reality is that is actually all that matters. We're not prospecting anything. Why are we not prospecting anything? We must be prospecting something all the time. Go. I also need to do something with all of these flipping Eternity Amber, actually. Do I bulk sell a load of these just to burn through them? Or can I think of something more constructive to do with them? I could crush them down. Crushing them down is not a bad idea. That gives me yet more dust at a reasonable price. If I can then slightly more quickly sell the dust, maybe. Alternatively, they go... And then that dust can be used for lots of other things as well. I need to make some more of these. Because we burnt through all... Oh, we've got loads of quality 2 ones. I need to shift more of these. If it blows up, it's a 4-hour cooldown. Welcome to alchemy. This is why I've not bothered with alchemy. I probably will do. Because alchemy is going to be pretty funny. Let's see, I dismissed alchemy pretty heavily in Shadowlands. And I dismissed it because the margins were like super duper mega razor thin. And there was basically nothing you could do about it. The harsh reality with alchemy was that those that sniped their materials for cheap were the only people that won. Unless you were doing things at bonkers level crazy quantities. And having one character standing there crafting potions in Shadowlands was not worthwhile. When that same character or that same account could be crafting Shadowghast ingots or crafting enchanted heavy callous hide. Something that would go into making something even more profitable. Which is why I ignored alchemy. I need to pay a little bit more attention to alchemy this time round though. Because I think the opportunity for setting yourself apart in alchemy is much better now. Because of the spec trees. If you spec in a certain direction, you'll carve out yourself a little advantage. At least an advantage over any, you know, average Joe that strolls in to try and make a bit of gold. I like that Blizzard has embraced the only quality matters attitude in the player base with that one quest for the artisans where you have to convince the one NPC. Yeah. See, they're aware. They're aware. Only 2? Come on. We can do better than 2. Apparently we can't do better than 2. Out of curiosity, what goes in here? Polishing cloth. Do we make the polishing cloth?
Let's make sweet, sweet profit together.
We don't make a polishing cloth. What does it do? 9% more likely to improve at Jewelcrafting, but recipe difficulty is increased by 18. Yeah, but this isn't going to give me a skill point regardless, so why would I do that? That doesn't make any sense. Vibrant polishing cloth increases bonus skill from inspiration by 7% and inspiration by 30. Oh, so if you're... Oh, that's a poor man's... That's a poor man's illustrious insight to get quality 3. Well, I can brute force quality 3 anyway. I don't think using those... How much is a vibrant polishing cloth and who makes those? That's a tailoring thing, right? Surely?
You break it, you buy it.
Vibrant polishing cloth or something. 10k a pop? Are you mad?
Is that your wallet? Are you just glad to see me?
At this fucking world?
Both, I hope.
Okay. No. Just straight up no. What the hell? Grimjaw with the tier 1. Thank you very much, my man. Appreciate it. Thank you, thank you. What leatherworking spec would you go for making inferior scales? There'll be one that benefits the crafting of intermediate reagents. I can't remember exactly which one. Good to see they're priced correctly on EU. I mean, I don't know what goes into making these or who makes them, but these are ludicrous. These are ludicrous. Either I've missed the trick with these, but aren't these an these are an on use item? What I don't get it. Yeah, okay. Maybe they've just got a ridiculous crafting cost right now. Oh, they're gated behind the rep. Oh, that will probably be why then. Yeah. My usual advice of think of a big number and then double it is probably in play. Grimjaw with a tier 2. Instant upgrade. Cheers, my man. Appreciate it. Why am I clicking? What am I doing? Clearly lost the plot. I'm also confused by the fact my wife rang me to tell me she was coming home like hours ago. She's probably in the flipping store buying more stuff.
Is that your wallet? Are you just glad to see me?
How do you rate fishing and
Both, I
cooking
hope.
in terms of goal making? Fishing is just gathering. The more you do it, the more you'll make. Cooking, though, is a bit underwhelming. They've not really done anything with cooking. Cooking is basically exactly the same as it was in Shadowlands. The slight advantage in Dragonflight, though, is that you do have intermediate materials going into making the feasts. So there's kind of like 2 market opportunities there. Fishing will be that nice little side hustle. Sorry, cooking will be that little side hustle simply because people are lazy. Everybody has the ability to do it, but nobody can be bothered to do it. So they'd rather just buy it off the auction house. And that hopefully will mean that there's a nice little market to be had. Big F Hustle, thank you very much for the Prime Gaming. Triggered a hype train on the go. Saturday afternoon hype train. Can't argue with that. Actually, what I should be doing, we should be crushing all of this crumbled stone. We're running out of top tier Nosderites. Don't want to miss goal making this time as I did in Shadowlands. It's not going to be as big as it was in Shadowlands. But it will be more beneficial for those that stick with it. Shadowlands was still one of those where if you had enough gold, you could buy your way into the market. Obviously, those that got going at the beginning of Shadowlands just continued to make gold all the way through. But at most points in Shadowlands, you could buy your way into any market. In Dragonflight, though, you might not so easily be able to buy your way into the market. You might be able to decide that you want to get into gold making, but it might take you a few weeks of effort gathering knowledge points and skilling up your professions before you can compete with those that have already been doing it for a while. You'll catch up to those that have been doing it for a while in whatever direction you choose to go, but you won't be able to buy your way in, which might put a lot of people off. It'll mean that, once we go from one patch to another patch to another patch, the patch cycles might actually be even more profitable for those that stick with it. We don't always see lots of new stuff in every patch. There's usually something for crafters to play with that's new, but it will mean that the generic stuff that most crafters will have already been working on and will have already got established, they'll still be able to take advantage of that going into the next patches. So if you get your professions up and running, keep up with getting your knowledge points, putting it in your spec trees, keep building your expertise as a crafter. It will set you apart from anybody that wants to just quickly dip in at the start of a patch. Oh, right, okay, this is the new... It's anti-meta slave. I guess that's probably the way I'd describe crafting in Dragonflight. It's anti-meta slave. For those people that just pick the flavour of the month and dance between, right, I'm a blacksmith and I'm going to make weapons because today blacksmiths are making good weapons. Tomorrow I'm gonna be a scribe and I'm gonna make inks and sell inks because that's profitable. It's counteractive to that type of player base. It means if you stick with it and you progress with it, you'll have that slight advantage over other people consistently. Which is really good news for us lot, because it means that we don't have to, we don't have to fight so hard with just the casual comers-bys. Those people that undercut all the time on the auction house will be less common. You could huff some hopium, but the overall crafting scene might end up being that little bit more civilized, possibly. I don't know, we'll see. Probably a lot of hopium there, actually, to be fair, but... let's crush down... Let's crush down some of this crumbled stone. Because we got way too much of this stuff right now. Need to ask why the Xmas jumper's so early. It's Christmas! Can you not tell? It's December. It's officially Christmas. It's the month of Christmas. Advent calendar on the go. Christmas tree on the go, jumper on the go, festivities on the go. It's Christmas, that's why. Get with the spirit. Don't be such a Scrooge.
Let's make sweet, sweet profit together.
Staple of the month, is it? Pretty much. I like Christmas. If Team NA is allowed to have Halloween last an entire month, I am damn near as hell having Christmas last an entire month. Your advent calendar better have chocks in it, otherwise I'll be very upset. Have you not seen it, Will? We've opened today already, unfortunately. But we've, let's go full camera for a minute. We've, it's a full-on M&M's one. Big one, proper chockies in it, the lot. Proper chockies in it, look. Proper chocolates. Getting glare on the lights. Loads of chocolates on the go. Good stuff. Good stuff. Stay. Toblerone advent calendar for me. Toblerone's cool. Toblerone, you know, I don't think I've ever eaten a Toblerone that hasn't been bought in the airport, though. There'll be more than 4 bounties in there, I bet. 20 bounties. There better be. Bounty's the best one. I'll take that all day of the week. Bah, humbug. Bounties are okay. I don't get the hate myself. It's just sugary goo. What's to not like? I mean, it's not exactly coconut, not by any stretch of the imagination. Toblerone is synonymous with ski holidays for me. Yeah, you always get the Toblerones in the gift shops on the mountains, don't you? How much have I invested into Jewelcrafting? Time or money, or both, or all of the above. A lot. I've not emptied my mailbox for a little while, though. There's probably a bit of gold in there. We bought... What did we buy? We bought like 10k... Did we buy 10k Ceravite ore not so long ago? I've bought 21,000 Ceravite ore so far. We've churned our way through this and turned it into a bunch of stuff. And still got loads of stuff. And still got loads of stuff to sell. Best part of 1 million gold worth of stuff currently listed on the auction house. I should do a cancel scan, really. Seems like anything that requires work orders will make no gold for a while. I think you're going scribe in Jewelcrafting just for the commodity market. Anything that requires work orders won't make gold in the long run anyway. People don't like when I say this, but work orders will never make anybody any gold. Nobody will ever make sizable amounts of gold from work orders. There'll be a handful of people that make gold from work orders, but it won't be the norm. And the handful that make gold from work orders will be the people that really hardcore min-max them. Min-max for that purpose. No casual player is going to make gold from the work orders. Not going to happen. Not possible. Why have we got no blue gems? Oh, derp, silly me. I was like, why are we not getting any gems here? And I realised we're not prospecting Ceravite, are we? We're crushing stone. Oops. Out of curiosity, how's our chromatic focus looking? Are we the only one with a 339? We are. We're still the only one with a 339. You want to know what's a cheeky move here? Do you want to see a cheeky move? Do you want to know how to sell something for 75,000 gold? What you do is you post a second one, but you post the second one for 150,000 gold. Nothing beats a deep undercut of your own item. It's big brain plays, that. Big brain. Right, we've got way too many of these. Way too many of these. There's only 10,000 available on the entire region-wide auction house, and I've got over 1,000 of the damn things. Really need to shift some of these Eternity's Ambers double time. We've got too many. Too many. Now, we've got two options. Two options with these. We go big, because it's Saturday afternoon. Quality 1, quality 2. Okay, people are going to be buying quality 2 because they're the same price as quality 1. Quality 3 though is still 150 gold a piece. Do we spend 100k to reset the market, have way too many Eternity's Ambers, but then give us and everybody else the ability to sell them for 38 gold a piece? Is a 10 gold bump worth it? It's not for me. I mean, I could spend that in a heartbeat. The point is I just don't want to. Because I can mass produce them far more efficiently. The uptake on quality 3 versions of these is slim. How is Nosderites looking today? We seem to have blitzed through quality 3 Nosderites. I don't know how many is listed here, but there can't be that many. Nosderites are still going for 100 gold a piece. These are tanking like... Whoa! Look at the numbers. Okay. Look at the numbers. Okay, before long, it's going to actually be... Nosderites are going to... in fact, Nosderites are already there. They're already cheaper than ships. Okay, let's get some prospecting on the go while I look at all of this.
You drive a hard bargain.
The final little bit of our Ceravite ore. If you want a distraction, quick and dirty analysis of potential consumer demand for Season 1. Oh, love me a woo spreadsheet. Love me a woo spreadsheet. What we got going on here then? Woo, my man, it's not shared. Joined late. What's wrong with Amber? Doesn't it go into popular crafts? Oh, it does. It's just I can't sell them quick enough. They do go into popular crafts, but I just can't sell them quick enough. So I'm thinking that maybe maybe some shenanigans with them. Oh my lord! Look at the numbers. What do we got here? Oh my lord! Okay. What we got going on here? Vials, howling runes. Okay, dizzy now. So we're going to see total demand unweighted, total demand weighted. So probably we're going to be making fortune cookies. Assuming 10 consumed, assuming 4 hours covered. Vial of the elemental chaos, vial of static empowerment. Okay. And then big dick elemental potions of ultimate power. Just disgusting numbers of them. Outrageous numbers of elemental potions of ultimate power. Yeah. My question is are all raiders going to actually use these? Because the fact that they use primal chaos, I suspect that raiders are going to they're going to be, the funny thing is I suspect week 1 of the race to world first is actually going to just be a fuckload of mythic plus. These top raiding guilds are going to live in M+. Probably because it will be the most reliable way for them to farm both, obviously, gear, but also primal chaos. They're going to absolutely live in M+. I don't know how they're going to do everything all at once. They'll probably go in, they'll probably kill a few bosses. I have actually no idea. I need to go watch Max's stream. I need to find out what the hell they're doing. Or Scribe, obviously. I need to try and work out what they're all going to be doing. What their plan of action is. I'm sure they're probably not overly public with all of it. Although Max does seem to give away a lot of secrets on his stream. He has the trouble keeping his mouth closed. Tis Den Anthony. Thank you very much for the tier 1. Appreciate it. Thank you. They won't say anything. It's all secret. Max enjoys a good stream. Right. We've finished prospecting. We've burnt our way through all of the materials for the most part. We've still got way too much crushed stone. Way too much crushed stone. What do we sell then? Bunch of Nosderites. Somebody's come in and hoovered up all of the Nosderites. Max's stream's nice. He often speaks about things around the race and the organisation of it. Yeah, I mean, obviously they do try to keep things to themselves quite a lot, but Max seems quite happy to talk about pretty much anything on his stream. The reality is I don't think nowadays they actually worry too much about keeping things, you know, secret. They're all streaming their entire progress, and they've all got Discord on the go and all sorts of stuff anyway. There's not really that much that's going to make crucial difference, I don't think, anymore. Do I have updated Dragonflight groups? No. No. They'll come eventually, but not yet. Right, this is going to be the painful one. We're going to do a cancel scan now. This is going to be big. We've not done a cancel scan for a while. Let's clean out. I'm missing 14 skill to hit the inspiration threshold. How do you get those last couple skills? There is so many different ways right now to go about getting skill points. Even I've not done most of them. I'm still missing a whole bunch. You want to get all of your first time crafts done. You want to push your profession skill as high as you possibly can. You want to go out and say, you want to pick up the treasures. You want to unlock the dragon shards of knowledge. You want to make sure you got your weekly quests done. You want to make sure that you've picked up the Artisan's Metal book from a ball. You want to make sure you've said hello to the profession masters dotted around the place. That there's so much you can do. And that's all on one character. The race to world first is a joke. It's about who spends the most amount of dollars on boosting and gearing. Honestly, I don't think gear... you know, they spend a lot of gold on gear. But most of the time, I don't think the gear really makes that much difference. They spend the gold on the gear mostly because they feel they need to. I actually don't think that the gearing side of things makes anywhere near as much of a difference to about who actually wins the race to world first. You forget that these players are genuinely so good at the game that... And the way that the way that the fights are often played out is that if you execute it perfectly, it's inevitable that you'll take the boss down. Better gear will make better gear just allows for more mistakes in most cases. It does look at Sylvana's first kill. You can't use a single tier and a single boss as the premise for the argument. Yes, in that very specific scenario, you can probably argue that the gear made a difference, but generally, I don't think it does. If it wasn't for the fact that all of the players in those guilds were just outrageously good at playing the game, and more importantly, a lot of them have played together so much, and so much planning goes in, and execution of the tactics is worth way more than an extra few item levels. They do it. They spend the money though, because like I said, they feel that it's necessary, because it does help, but it's not the reason. I mean, even there's even been, you know, I think this is another one of those things that Max has talked about quite a lot. That from a competitive point of view, they'd almost like to do the race to world first on like a tournament realm. They'd like to remove, given the choice, they would like to remove gearing from the equation completely. They would like a fully normalized skill-based race. I think that would also be very cool to see. I've absolutely no idea how something like that would be orchestrated, but I think it'd be cool. Do you know why I can't see region sale rate, etc. in TSM tooltips? a lot of the tooltips and a lot of the price sources seem funky with TSM right now. Not entirely sure why, but a lot of data and a lot of price sources don't seem to be tracked with the new Dragonflight stuff. Another example of TSM probably trying to play catch up as fast as they can with all of the new changes to the game. I assume they're still tracking it, but I don't know. Who's Max? Max is the guild leader of... Are they still Limit nowadays? Liquid? What are they called nowadays? Oh, me cancel scroll wheel. Can't handle all of this. Okay, we'll come back in a minute. Let's loot up what we've cancelled already. See what we're left with. Pedal for cancel scanning. Might not be the worst idea. Although, I told myself that in Dragonflight we won't do cancel scanning. Not like we did with Legos, obviously. There were clearly scenarios where we will need to do some cancel scanning because it's just part of the game, but we're not going to cancel scan like our life depends on it like we had to in Shadowlands. Right, is that all the cancel stuff? Right, hopefully these are just sales now.
Yeah, what do you want?
This rate, my warrior will be 70 at Christmas. What's taking you, man? What's taking you? I suppose. And I do need to remember that I've been playing the game like 12 hours a day since it went live. How many level 70s have people got, by the way? That's probably a good question to throw out there. I know at the beginning of Shadowlands, people were like big dick mode leveling all of their characters to get to 70. I had 3 levels, level 60 back then. I think I had 3 level 60s within about 3, maybe 4 days. There were some people that were just speed leveling characters from the word go. All of my alts are like 62 though from crafting. Working on 3rd, 2nd, and 1 at 67. Oh, really? Okay, so people are working on the leveling. Okay. 1 main, 2, 3 alts in the range of 61 to 60. Yeah, for professions. Sir Mick with 4. Nice. Struggling to increase Iskara rep. Any tips? Make sure you've done Lawmaster. You can get Lawmaster done. And by Lawmaster, I mean just clean the map of quests every day. Cleaning the map of all quests, all side quests, that sort of stuff will get you between like 7 and 8 renown. Obviously, make sure you're doing all of the world quests every day, especially ones that give you Iskara rep. Tuskar's drop at certain renown. I can't remember what the unlock You unlock the ability to do this at some point, but there comes a point where you unlock it so that you can get drops from dungeons, which are like hand-ins for rep for the Tuskars. There's a bunch of fishing stuff you can do that will give you rep tokens. Yeah. I've not looked at min-maxing rep gain too much with a fishy fellas. A 70, a 65, a 63, and a 62. I'm slacking then. With the amount of with the amount of playtime I've put into this so far, I'm slacking. It's nice though. It's a nice luxury that there's not really any super duper mega need to have loads of 70s this time. For me, it's more about the rep gain. It's more about, you know, focusing on, well, this one character, my hunter. I want to just do pretty much as I can on this one character. I know the stream today we've just pissed about. We've played with Jewelcrafting and doing some auction house stuff, but I've spent the last 4 days out leveling, doing stuff. I needed to get back to a little bit of goal making just for my own sanity. Even if it's not 100,000 gold an hour clickbait YouTube farming, it's working. I need to I need to regenerate some Dark Moon card costs. Lost all my gold on Dark Moon decks. Yeah, I spent about 2 mil on Dark Moon cards. And I think I made about 5, 6, 700,000 gold back. But I never, the difference for me was that I never went into it expecting to make gold. Realistically, I spent about 2 million gold on Dark Moon decks just to get the data to clarify that nothing had changed since the beta. As soon as I realised that, yep, nothing's changed, I was able to do my calculations and work out that, nope, this is not profitable, stop spending, stop crafting. You could argue it was a very expensive test, but it's fine. I'm happy. $2 million to say I was right. It's not far off, to be honest. By the way, this morning I saw a thumbnail on YouTube, 600,000 gold an hour easy farm, but didn't check who made it. Made me giggle for a second. Yeah, there's loads of that stupidity going on at the moment. I mean, if people want to play that game, they can play that game. I just think it's a bit mad. Where's me other... Oh, no. What a... Oh. Woo. I got scared for a minute then. I was like, where's me other top quality inscription thingy me bob? And then I realised I posted it myself, didn't I? I deep undercut myself for a reason. Woo. 650k one was from K-Chak. No, that was his 650 rousing order an hour video.
Is that your wallet? Are you just
unless
glad to
there's
see
something
me?
new.
Both, I hope.
Or maybe that was the one that you saw and just assumed it said 600,000 gold. Sam Yeager with the Prime Gaming, thank you very much. Appreciate it. Welcome in. Right, is that everything cancelled? Can we loot everything now and see what we're left with? See what we still have to sell. Anyone know? Anyone that knows why the socket thing sells more for rank 1 rather than rank 2? Don't know. Crazy things do happen. Don't understand why I see people posting crafting orders for stuff that's Renown 20 locked. They hope that somebody's got Renown 20, I guess. This will be a thing, right? This will be a thing for sure. People just guess, you know, people will put orders in and the orders will start to stack up. And then the very first person that does unlock it will be able to go through and fill all of those orders. They're the only people that will make gold from crafting orders, by the way. Okay, so we got 55,000 gold of stuff still to come through the mailbox sold already. 753,000 gold of auctions listed, but 2 hyper-inflated items here. So to take 200k off that total, let's just call it 500,000. 500,000 gold in stuff still listed on the auction house. Okay, that's a lot of Casgrite ore, actually. What's 3,000 times 150? 3,127 multiplied by 150. Okay, 470 of that 500,000 is that Casgrite ore. So we've cancelled off nearly everything. So what we have in our bags now... What we have in our bags... Plus what we have here, 55... I should have really worked out where we started, shouldn't I? That would have been a smart move. It would have been smart to work out what we started with. Hopefully TSM will tell us the answers to this. Let's loot this and see where we end up. Still going, still going. Still going, still going. Oh, I think there's a few expireds in there and all. Okay. 290,000 gold. 290,000 gold, according to TSM. All of that. Plus whatever we've still got in the auction house. What have we still got in the auction house?
Have I got a deal for you?
Another 50k. So 340,000 gold is what we've sold in the last couple of hours. The question is how much have we spent?
The pleasure was all mine.
How much did I spend on all of that Ceravite ore? Ledger expenses. Now, these obviously aren't my only expenses, but it's the majority of the expense. Well, we bought 10,000 Ceravite ore, 5,000... fuck, I can't really remember. Wow, I mean 10,000 times 17 gold is, what's that, 170k? And we've probably broke even already, and yet we still have all of this guff still in our bags. So yeah, it's clearly worth. It's clearly good fun. Been buying and selling other things. This is the problem. Where do we when did I start the stream? I don't know. It wasn't particularly scientific what we did, but the reality is that we made back a bunch after spending a bunch. We broke even, yet we've still got shitloads of stuff to sell. Just tuned in, broke in, selling what? We've just been playing with Jewelcrafting for a few hours. Prospecting, selling raw gems, cutting, crafting a few bits and bobs. Just, you know, just playing, just shuffling, just doing the crafter thing. Doing the crafter thing and seeing what goes. Without doing too many numbers. I love me a good, you know, I love me a good spreadsheet. I love me a good crafting calculator. But I tend to do a lot of this by feel most of the time. And it comes from little play tests like this. You know, spend a few hours, give yourself a budget to spend. Spend it on what you need to spend. See what you can get back. And the cool thing about this is in a few hours' time. How long have I been live? Like 3-4 hours. We've just been playing about doing this. Not doing anything particularly, you know, taxing. Have you spec'd into prospecting, or is this just with 0 skill points? Oh no, I've gone prospecting spec. I've gone deep into prospecting to give myself bonuses. We've got 25 points in prospecting. We've maxed out the prospecting tree. One thing I haven't, I mean, there's lots of things I haven't done here. For example, I've not prospected this prismatic ore. I've only got 116 of it. I don't know if it's good. I've practically never had any solid amount of testing with this prismatic ore. I might save this until I get 1,000 of it. There's a strong chance that I might just go a little bit bonkers and prospect like 100,000 ore or something and just see what happens. Yeah, I want to get a bunch of this prismatic ore and see what's in it, because I've never been able to assign a value to this stuff. But 116 of it is like, whatever. But yeah, this is pretty much all we've done. All just spec'd into prospecting to give ourselves the opportunity to get some good gems. There's not strictly good margin just in prospecting, though. Let me clarify. If you just buy ore, prospect it, and sell the gems, you're in for a bad time. You're probably not going to be able to. I mean, you know, I've made sure I've got the tools. I've made sure I've leveled it up. I'm shuffling into other intermediate items and all sorts of stuff as well. It's not quite as straightforward as prospect or sell gems win. And this is kind of like the design of the crafting professions.
I ain't got it, you don't want it.
But in the last few hours, our gold total hasn't gone up, nor has it really gone down. Yet we've got, you know, loads of stuff going on, loads of stuff to sell. Yeah, loads of goings on. It's good fun. By no means is it even remotely close to like, you know, Shadowlands legendary silliness, but I enjoy this sort of stuff. It's good fun to me. What was your net worth going into Dragonflight? Oh, a lot. I don't have an exact number, but it's a sizable amount. Enough that I don't need to make gold. I don't know, if you want a ballpark price, it was probably somewhere between 80 and 100 million gold. I'm not entirely sure. Ceravite shot up in the morning though. Yeah, this is obviously what you got to be careful of. You got to have a good guesstimation of your prices and know when to buy your ore and stuff. Any thoughts on the inscription thing? Hang on. Oh, okay. For inscription, you suggest going 25 rune mastery before investing into one of the subs for rune mastery. Why not going into perfect practice? Oh, that's far too niche of a question. I can't answer that without looking at inscription. There would have been a reason, and there would have been logic why I'd have suggested doing it that way. I couldn't tell you what it is without actually looking back at it again. That's why I write things down, so I don't have to remember them. It's probably because one spec node is more optimal for skill points than another, would be my quick guess. Went ham on Legos in Dragonflight, just want to be able to not do so much, cover the raid costs, and ideally get a token or so a month. Yeah. What's that sound every time you sell something? It's a ka-ching noise. It's, you know, it's a dopamine inducer. Have some dopamine. We've got way too many of these Eternity's Ambers. I really need to figure out something for these. Maybe Eternity's Ambers, I'm going to sell them slightly more aggressively. No, don't crash on me now, TSM. That's not a good time to crash on me. Just as I make a bunch of changes.
Pleasure doing business with ya.
Do you see the guy on Reddit who got Dragon Scale rep to 25 already by digging up treasures in the world for 3 days straight? I did that in the beta. I did that in the beta. The problem was when I did it. Well, the difference being when I did it in the beta was that it was only 1,000 rep per renown, and on top of that, each artifact gave, I think, 25 rep instead of 15. So yeah, but you know, people will do silly things, right? That dude now has Dragon Scale reputation done for the rest of the expansion. Not only does he have it done for the rest of the expansion, he's probably also I tell you what, I understand why those flipping I see. Why is this the big brain play I didn't foresee? There's the... Yeah, why have I not done that? There's a big brain play here. Maybe I'll expose something. Because these things are bind on pickup. So there's a limiting quantity of these. Okay, that's good. Maybe it's not so big brain of a play. I was just thinking, if you get to skill renown 22, is it? Treasures of the Dragon Isles. No, that's not strictly true. I think it's renown 22 to get the battle pets. Now, obviously, these you could very quickly and easily, if you were a mass market pet seller, a mass market pet seller would be able to unlock these, mass produce a bunch of them, and then filter them out, woof, across the entire region. So that 3-day grind might actually give you the entire region's market on 5 new pets, which could be astronomical amounts of money. But these things are bind on pickup, and that would make the whole process remarkably difficult. The recipes come from treasures or just renown? I think you have to. I think it's renown 22. I should just check, shouldn't I? I think it's renown 22. No, wrong one. 21. I was close. Renown 21. You unlock them. You don't strictly just get the recipe, though. What you unlock is you unlock the ability to buy a map, and then it acts like a treasure. You basically then just have to go find it. It's just an extra step. The Atrix Plus just handed in all my dragon shards for enchanting instead of Jewelcrafting. I cry. Sorry, that's funny. I've done similar things though. Now, what I was trying to do... Oh, you know what? The fact that TSM crashed, that's probably completely broken. Okay, maybe it hasn't. I want... Where have they gone? Eternity's Amber, Q1, Q2. No, not Q3. U-pair go in there. And also Nosderite Q2. In you go. And probably Q1 to be fair.
I got what you need.
Okay. Let's get some more of this stuff sold. Will we be able to get your TSM groups later on with a YouTube sub as well, or only Patreons? YouTube members, probably. I don't know. I don't know. I kind of allow YouTube members and Twitch subscribers to have access to some of the stuff, but things like the TSM groups is a Patreon thing, and it's my way to. I don't think I really need to share all of this with you, but in essence, it's my way because I'd much rather, given the choice, the support come through Patreon, because both YouTube and Twitch take quite aggressive cuts. Twitch takes a 50% cut, YouTube takes a 30% cut. Support through Patreon only takes about an 8 to 10% cut. So, but things like TSM groups and operations I've always done through Patreon. Probably what I'll do now, though, is throw a few hours maybe at getting some of this sold. The wife is probably going to be due home in a little bit anyway. So, I'm getting a bit hungry, truth be told. I might go get some food. Tomorrow is Sunday. Tomorrow we will, for the first day in quite a while, tomorrow we probably won't stream. I might do a few bits and pieces YouTube-wise in the background. We were really heavy on the YouTube content in the run-up to Dragonflight. And since Dragonflight's been live, it's been very stream-heavy content. I might work on a few little bits and pieces for YouTube tomorrow, maybe. But we won't be streaming. That's the TLDR to this little talk. There'll be no stream tomorrow. But stream will be back on Monday. We'll be back on Monday where we'll, somewhat more of a normal-ish regular schedule. Maybe not the 8 to 10 hour days. Back to our sort of a little bit more usual. Obviously, next week we're going to have the first reset. We're going to start thinking the thought process, the brain cogs will start ticking to what we're going to look to do. How can we prepare for when Season 1 sort of launches? We'll be able to start tracking the materials. It'll be interesting to see what happens with the materials. But yeah, loads of fun. First couple of months of an expansion are easily the most fun, without doubt. So thank you all for joining. I'm going to leave it there for today. Hit the follow button if you haven't already. Consider jumping over to the Discord. Go say hi in the Discord. There's loads of conversation about all things gold making in the Discord at the moment. If you happen to be a supporter of the channel, either a Patreon, a Twitch subscriber, or a YouTube member, access to my cheat sheet is available. You'll find it in its Cheat Sheet Pro channel. And I do, and probably will before too long, get some TSM stuff up and running, even if it's super basic, because I know TSM's not perfect right now, but it is a super useful add-on. So, but I'll leave it there. Enjoy the rest of your weekend. Happy playing the game, and I'll see you all in a bit. Peace.